Good morning, SWTOR. It is Saturday. It is 10 o'clock. It is time to stream. So I thought we'd mix things up a little bit today. We had been running through the Bounty Hunter origin story, but we finished that last week. So we wrapped up Corellia. So this week, I'm going to pull out one of my Republic tunes and do something a little bit different. So I'm going to go ahead and do the daily areas. So if you look down here, there's a whole bunch of daily areas. We're not going to get through all of them. I think we're going to skip McKeb and Iocath. Those are just a pain. But we're going to try to get through Black Hole Section X, CZ, Oricon, Ziost, Yavin, Ossus, and Onderon. So that's what we're going to try to do today. Hopefully I'm going to try to give some tips and tricks, and I'll show you how I get through them the quickest. This is good if you're trying to grind out conquest and things like that. I am going to go ahead and do the bonus missions on a few that have them, just so we can show how to do that if you're looking for that for XP or whatever it happens to be. So that's the plan for today. As always, we are streaming for a charity called Extra Life. So if you check the description of the chat, you'll find a link to my donation page. Let me type that in there. And that'll get you to the page. Hit the big giant green donate button, and you have options for one-time, monthly. We are raising money through 2022, trying to get as much as we can. We are on track for our goal. Our goal is 2,500 by the end of the year. We're at 900. We started in March, so $250 a month times 10 months should get us to 2,500. So we're about $100 behind that, but I think we'll do okay there. So if you are watching or watching the video later and you have any tips, tricks, different ways you would do some of these, I highly encourage you guys to share. This is just the ways I tend to do it. Part of that is efficiency. Part of it might just be old habits. And that can actually, it's always good to hear from different people on how you get through content. All right. With all that being said, let's go ahead and get running. We're going to start with the classic, probably easiest one, CZ198. CZ is a great one if you're trying to get really, really quick conquest. I think you can run these now twice a week for the weekly. The other thing that is good to do is as you're running these, you want to kind of pay attention to all the different things that can get you conquest. So for instance, we are going to pay attention to the number of kills on the planet. Now, if you are using it for conquest, you can only get those once a day. So if you're going to run multiple runs, either on one character or multiple characters, you would want to spread that out over multiple days. That way you get those conquests as well. Alright, the other thing is most of these runs are highly dependent on how many people happen to be around. So if there's a lot of people in the area, you'll run into situations where you're trying to kill something, or you're trying to click on something and it is not available. So that can be an issue. Now with the 7.0 and the new tagging system, that's less of a problem. So it's one of those things that, like if somebody was already fighting this droid that's approaching us, as long as we get a shot in on it, then it's actually not too bad. Alright, I forgot how loud this gun is. Hopefully it's not too bad in the audio department. If it is coming across too loud, let me know. I can turn the combat sound down a little bit. Let's knock that down just a little bit. Okay. So one of the missions is to collect and destroy these things. These respawn actually relatively quick at this point. So I'll show you a couple things that I like to do. They are spread throughout the entire area, so not just the starting opening area, but also the next area we go into. So it's usually not ever an issue trying to find enough. Like even this one, you're going to see it's going to respawn in the time that it takes me to click on these things. These work in a couple different ways. If you stand here, you can get to both of them. That gives me credit. Sometimes they will open up a door and you have to kill the droid. You notice this one's already respawned, so that is great. So there's somebody else here, so we're going to let him have that one. We're going to come over and grab this one and do the same thing. We'll open up 2 of the doors, and then we're going to leave this little starter area, and I'll show you an area I like to use. As long as you get 3 in this area, you're probably fine on these droid containers. Alright, so we got 4 of those. We're going to get out of here. So we're going to leave him alone. We're going to come down to this area. This side. It's like a mirror image on the Imp side versus Republic side. So there's 1 of each of these in here, right? There's also 2 of these, although these take a while to respawn. So I try not to rely on having to get too many of those. Okay, so that 5 we got no droid spawn. So if you look up here, we've actually completed the mission. But as you see, these are already respawning. And so what I'll often do is I'll just stand in here and farm these out. Again, they exist in the next area. You know, you can just kind of get them as you go through. But if there's nobody else in here, so I think we've knocked that one out. We've knocked him out. So we only need 2 more of those. So now we have a choice we could make. We could go ahead and go on to the next area, but you're going to see just how fast these things respawn. If it's really, really busy and you get this area and nobody's in here, because I have found that a lot of people don't come into this spot. There's that gold, you know, elite there that nobody wants to deal with. So you can just farm these 2 things. So we've knocked that one out. We've knocked the container one out. So we're 2 down. Alright, so that's it. That's it for this kind of intro starter area. We'll go ahead and knock these guys out and then go up to the next area. So there are a couple of things that now we want to start keeping track of. We've got a kill mission up here. We've got a heroic 4, but that these days is stupid amounts of easy. With the new tagging system, as long as you get a shot in on it, it's pretty straightforward. He respawns pretty quickly. Nice part is out here as well, we can now use our vehicles. There we go. Sorry, could not come up with the word. So over in this corner is the gold, the elite droid, or sorry, probably a champion. On the Republic side, you have to travel across the map to get to him. On the Imperial side, it's right there where you drop in. I'm going to try to avoid combat to get over there. Because if we get over here, we can kind of start keeping an eye on the droid. Now I want a couple of things. So nobody's attacking it right now. If other Republic guys were attacking it, you could just shoot it and get credit. You can sometimes just walk up on a fight taking place and get nice, good credit for it. I'm popping defenses, not because he's that tough. My healer's going to keep up on me. But it also reflects and does some damage to him, so might as well pick up a little bit of extra damage. So this is probably the hardest fight. And again, not really in any kind of danger of dying here. It just takes a while. He's got 400, or is that 100? 126,000 health. Notice we are level capped at 56, so we also have less health, less damage, stuff like that. Alright, so that finishes that mission. So now what we have left is 2. We've got the kill totals, which we'll keep an eye on up here. Let's turn this on. We'll need it in a second. Also, we're going to keep track of the planet totals. So there are conquest achievements for killing so many enemies on CZ, but there is a magic number we're looking for here. We should have hit the first one already, so let's go ahead and open up that interface. We're going to come here, so you notice we've got CZ enemies. That one was for 25, the second one is for 50. So we're going to turn that on because I want to track that. So that should pop on down here. Okay. So what we're looking for there is 20. We're going to try to get to 20 because once we get to 20, there are 30 things you can kill in the last area that also count towards that achievement. And so you don't have to be out here. The nice part about the last area is it's an instance, so you'll always get those 30. So basically out here, you know, we could be competing for spawns, right? Again, right now it's pretty quiet here. I think I've seen one person total. It says there are 3 Republic people on CZ right now. There could be some Imperial players as well. So even if they had the same amount, you're looking at like 6 people. So we're not really competing too terribly hard. But for the most part, you have to kill those. They're little creatures. I'm not 100% sure where they are in the next area anyway. So you might as well use them for your kill total. So what are we at? We're at 12. So we get ourselves up to 20. Once we hit 20, we'll dive down into the next area, and then we're done. That's it. Like I said, CZ is pretty fast. If you're running with a friend, it is silly amounts of fast. Okay, let's look over here. Yep, there's usually some good groups behind these sections. If you step back here behind the wall, a lot of times you can get them to come around if you line aside them. Knock them out. 17. Yeah, this should give us enough. Sometimes we get a little lucky on the math, which is definitely true here. Alright, once we get this guy, it should pop us to 20. And then we will... Alright, on to the last area. So the last area is on these little elevators down here. Try not to about drew aggro on that guy. Alright, so we pop down here. And then you'll notice once we come down here, there'll be one of those green instance doors that we're familiar with. So these will always be here. So we'll grab these first 2 groups here, bring them in. The nice part is they're normals, so that attack knocks them down. We don't do that much damage. If you get these little stacks, they went away. When you try to do this next part, the damage that those take can interrupt that, so it can be a little bit of a pain. We have found if we have 2 people running this, one person will come back here. Like while one person attacks the creatures, the other person hits the pipe and runs back here and hits this while they're finishing up that first group of creatures. Then, while this person's finishing up this stuff, the other person runs over to the second switch here. And as soon as you hit that first switch, they hit this second switch. And that first person is now on their way towards this force field. And then we both kind of meet up for this last bit. We do a couple of things here. The first thing I'm going to do is there's 3 groups in here. I'm going to go ahead and pull all those groups over to us. Same thing. We will drop our attack here that knocks everything down. So if they're knocked down, they're not doing damage. We knock them out, and there is the second kill for the planet. Now what I normally do at this point is I'm going to go ahead and switch my companion over to damage. That way you don't really need healing for this. It goes pretty quick. So we're going to shoot him. A couple of tentacles are going to spawn. You kill one of those. I'm going to make sure my companion and I are attacking the same one. We knock that out. Then we're back to the main guy. And with both of us doing damage, you can see I took what? Yeah, a couple thousand damage there. And then we click on this, and that knocks everything out. And we're done with CZ. 10 to 15 minutes. You know, I probably wasn't efficient because I was talking through it, but that is the CZ run. Now, you used to have to go back to the main terminal to turn this in. You no longer have to do that. You notice it just finished everything there. If we look, CZ is in here. I'm trying to find pretty sure you can do them twice a week now. We are going to go ahead and quick travel out of here. Because we can't, you notice that our things are grayed out. We can't travel from inside this instance. So we need to get outside of the instance. And we will do that. Okay. Yeah, I thought it used to say up here you can complete it one more time, you can complete it 2 more times. Now, I can't just run this multiple times in a row. So if I come back over here to my, my terminal, my mission terminal, I can grab the weekly again. There we go. This mission can be repeated 1 more time. So, in a week, you can actually run this twice per character. So I can still grab the weekly here, but you notice the dailies aren't there. So I have to wait till tomorrow to do that anyway. But again, you would want to do that because what you want is, for Conquest. Look at what we got for Conquest on that. We got CZ, defeat enemies, and that can be repeated daily. So even on another character, I won't get this. So if I run CZ on another character now, I won't get this Conquest. CZ, defeat enemies 2, CZ, mission completes, CZ, weekly patrol. So all of these conquests, you got 11, 16, we'll call it 25, 29, 30,000-ish from just CZ there. Not counting the kills, not counting all the other stuff. You won't get this stuff because these are all daily repeatable. But there are plenty to do. So we're going to kick over to, let's go to Ziost next. Ziost is an interesting one. Now, for some of these, you have to get so far into the game. This is kind of solo in-game content. So all of these being unlocked means, this character, I've completed everything, all the expansions, all the stories, just kind of like air quote my main character. So I have access to all this. So some of these you might not have access to. Now we're not going to bother with that weekly. We're just going to grab the dailies here. You notice when I travel, it automatically gives me the weekly, so I don't have to worry about that. And there's 3 things you grab in here, and then a couple that you grab out in the wild. Now what's interesting about CZ is CZ you could theoretically get through with no combat. At most, you're going to fight 6 things if you're doing it correctly. There's just not a lot of things to fight here. So this one tends to be more about the route that you take. I've seen some different things. I'll show you the one that I like. So I start by grabbing as many of these things. Now these little bodies are all over the place, so don't worry about if like somebody has one. We failed on a couple of those. That's not a big deal. All right, you need 5 of these. Now let's put, we'll keep him on DPS. I think we can take these quick enough. Alright, so that one we got lucky on. Sometimes a droid will spawn there and you have to fight it. Sometimes it'll just give you the item. So technically, theoretically, if all 5 of these, we're 2 for 2. If all 5 of these just give us the item, we don't even have to fight these guys. But I think I've had that happen once. We're on a good streak there. There's 3 for 3. Okay. At this point, we're going to grab our binoculars. We're going to stand right up on this hill. And there's 5 things that you have to scan. Now, if we look at the map, I'm going to get back out of there. The map shows you where it recommends that you stand to get all of these things, right? But I have found this spot right here. I can get 4 of the 5. I have not found a spot I can get all 5. I can see this one over here. I just can't. It's just too far away. I haven't ever been able to scan that one. But we can get this plant, tree, whatever. So we'll go ahead and grab it. And the nice part is there's a mission to ride the speeder bike that ends right where we can scan this one that we can see. So not a big deal. We'll get that rock. I think it was a statue at one time. So the story goes, you're seeing what was there before the disaster happened here. There's another plant. And hopefully I didn't screw this up. There's another one up and to the right that if you don't stand in quite the right spot, you might not be able to see. Yeah, we're fine. There it is. So again, this isn't how it was designed, and you'll get a better view. Like what we're seeing is behind the pillar there. You'll get a better view if you actually do it correctly. But again, we're going for kind of speed. Okay, this guy respawned. We'll grab this one. There we go. Now we're gonna get some combat. Okay, on this guy, his first two moves are a stun and a knockback. So I'm gonna have my companion attack him. There's the stun, and now we're gonna lay into him. Now, when he gets to about somewhere between a third and 25%, I can't remember the exact number, he'll go into self-destruct mode. Now, if you get lucky, yep, and you get a big dump of damage right there at the end, you can sometimes skip that part. Now we loot the item, and that's the same as, you know, the other ones that we got. We just had to fight that guy. All right, we're gonna kind of bail out the back side of that now. There is another one here I think that other person got, so we'll just skip it. Now there are more of those after the little speeder run that we're about to make as well, so I'm not going to worry too much about it. We'll pop up here. Now oftentimes there's enough of these bodies in this kind of speeder area that I knock this one out, the 3 of the 5. So there's 4, there's one over here, there's one over there, there's one up behind this little ship up here as well. Alright, so that one's done. So you notice the bodies don't highlight anymore. We're going to grab a new mission right here. And this is this kind of speeder run that we have to make. So we get on this speeder. You know, make sure you're not getting on the speeder out of your inventory. And you got just a little course to follow here. So you follow the big green arrows. Now I've used my auto run button, so you know right now I'm not holding down W, I'm just letting it go. And he's throwing little grenades into these little fissures. I think they're closing them up or probing to scan them or something. So once you start treating these as daily areas, you really don't pay much attention to the story anymore. First time I did it, I probably did. Now, you might find as you're going through here, like that's one of the droids that we need to kill. You could find the bodies that you need to scan. You can't do that on the speeder, and if you get off the speeder to do it, you have to start this over. So it's tempting. You see those things like, oh, I should grab one of those. Don't. Alright, so as you come up the hill here, on this bridge, I'm going to go ahead and hit stop moving. Speeder goes off. You jump. I get my... Oops. Let's see if this one will work. It does. Normally, if you don't have the macro binoculars, that's fine. It gives you a set for this. Okay, once this is done, that knocks that mission out. I'm going to go ahead and turn this one in while I open this up and accept that one and accept that one. That one I just turned in, I accept that one. And now we're down to 1. Or 2. We still got a droid to find, I think. Or did we get them all? We might have got them all. Yeah, okay. Looks like we got them all. So yeah, so you know, like I said, there's a few in this area if you didn't get enough. So, all right, so we are down to just one last thing, and it's an instance, which is kind of nice. The mission is right outside the instance here. So you grab this little data pad, and in we go. The nice part about this one is you can use your speeder as well. Now, we have to power up a droid with these batteries. I usually grab 2 batteries, so I grab this one on my way in. And usually, I can get through it with only 1. Don't need 2. So the first thing I'm going to do is power up this droid, so I'll right-click on him. Then I'm going to grab this spare battery. So now I've got an extra battery in my inventory, just in case we don't get stuff done. And then I'm going to run over to this little pedestal, which is the first of 5 things that we have to scan. You scan them just by right-clicking them. So this is mostly just if you have an efficient route and you can get through this. So there's a little droid. He's going to follow us around. He's going to scan. He's going to collect the data. And so what we're doing is archaeology here. We're just trying to find these items because we want to see what this place looked like before it was destroyed. Similar to the macro binocular ones. Okay, I'm going to come up the hill here and slide around these rocks to the right into this little area. That's our third one. I'm going to turn my camera around so I'm ready to go. Now make sure the scanning completes. I have sometimes gotten a little ambitious, and if you move before the scanning completes, then you have to rescan it. Up the hill and around to the right we go again. Picked up these little things here. Again, wrap our camera around so we're ready to go. Number 4. And then the last one is just kind of up the hill here. A little droid kicks in. So you can see what's supposed to be here. These are the remnants of that. Alright. Now all we have is the last thing. We're going to jump down here, jump down here. I'm going to dismount, and I'm going to have my companion attack that droid. So now that they're in combat, I can go ahead and scan this last thing. This ends the mission. I don't think you really have to kill this guy, but might as well since we're here. If you don't have reputation, I think they also drop reputation items. So now you can see with the droid's data, you know, what they're doing. Now the mission is complete. It just takes a little bit. There's the final mission. Okay, at this point we got one thing left to do. We have to go back to the starting base, and we have to upload the data. Now, this is a little bit of an annoyance. If we look here, we have this. That takes you to the orbital station. There's not a quick travel point back to the main base. I've played around with it a little bit, and I have found that within probably 3 to 5 seconds, if you travel back to the orbital base, then go to the terminal, travel back down to the planet, is about the same amount of time as just manually driving back to the base. So it's mostly whichever one you prefer. If you want to just quick travel and do it that way, that's fine. I usually just manually fly back here because it's not that far to get back. This is something that if you have played CZ a lot and you have a better route that maybe like this little last travel time, if we could cut that out, CZ would be very quick. I mean, we're probably under 15 minutes on this one as well. It's only 10:27, so. Alright, so you got your last turn in here. It has a light side, dark side choice that you can make, depending on your preferences. This character's light, so we'll go with light. And that's the end of CZ. Alright, let's pull that down there. So again, you get these reputation items, or sorry, not the end of CZ, the end of Ziost. Is that a CZ reputation item? Yeah, it looks like it. So I'm capped on reputation, so I just sell those off. But if you are looking for reputation, those are nice as well. Okay, on to the next. I think we'll do Rishi next. I find CZ, Ziost, and Rishi the quickest. So if you are limited on time, for me, those are the ones that I would probably do, especially if you're trying to do it on multiple characters. Now, Ziost obviously doesn't have the planet kill thing. There's just, they might exist. We can look here, but I don't even think they exist as part, because there's just not stuff to fight there. But we'll take a peek here when we land on Rishi, because we did kill a couple things. So if they do exist, they'll be here. Yeah, see, they'd be right here. So you got the weekly missions for Ziost. Now, again, these are daily repeatable. So if I run Ziost on another character, I won't get this 20,000 in Conquest. So if you're really pushing to try to get Conquest points, you want to kind of spread these things out. So you're better off doing like a CZ, Ziost, Rishi run one day on one character, and then doing those again on another character on another day, than trying to go 3 characters on Ziost on the one day. You'll just get more Conquest points that way. All right. Welcome to Rishi. Rishi is a fun little planet. Same thing. We're going to hit this terminal. We're going to grab all these things. We want to make a couple of notes. The first one is we are looking for SWTOR pirates. Now, I have everything unlocked here, so we're going to travel directly to the cantina here and do a couple of things that are kind of interesting. There's an interesting quest on this one that is a little bit different than some of the other things that you're going to see. Okay, we're going to look inside here. I can't remember 100%. Okay, so here's a couple of SWTOR pirates. So we're going to go ahead and drop our our flag here to challenge him. We only have to get 3. So there's one. I don't think there's one downstairs, but we're going to risk it. There's a mission downstairs we have to get to. So we're going to go grab that one next. See if there's a Tovar down here. White Maul Death. Nope. Okay, so this one is the interesting mission. On this one, that's it. That's the whole mission. You have to wait 5 minutes. Now, the game doesn't care if you wait there. Now, you can. If you want to wait there and just wait the 5 minutes out and then click him again and finish the mission, you can. I don't. I just head out and start working on other stuff. So here's our other Tovar pirates. So you'll see Nova Blades. You'll see your Curry Corsairs. You'll see Death Knights or Death Claws, or there's all kinds of different ones there. All right, so that knocked that one out. I'm going to just continue now. So we're out of here. We'll come back later and actually collect that mission, because there's another mission you need to collect from this guy right here. So there's 2 turn-ins right here that make it kind of easy. Okay, so we're up here. Now, what we're going to do here is we're going to look for these things. These nice, simple little yellow crabs that nearly die instantly. But they count for the Planet Kill achievement. So if you're just, again, you're just trying to go fast, why kill stuff that's going to be hard? So we'll knock all these guys out. Not close enough to that one. Now, for sometimes, like these crabs are going to die quick, so we'll go ahead and kill them on our way as well. But you can get the Planet Kill achievement on this planet pretty easily. There's a couple back here. We'll go ahead and grab them. So this is, I have found, a nice quick way. There's a couple areas that have these little shore crabs. Alright, that's enough for here. Yeah, we'll skip the loop. Okay, so now we're on to another mission. This mission makes it so you have to scan a few things and dig up some treasure. These missions kind of came out in the era where the binoculars and seeker droids were new. Alright, so we'll pull both of those. Now we'll keep an eye on our health. We've still got our companion on DPS at this point. Probably I usually run him on heals just to make life easier. Doesn't matter much, you know, if you heal yourself in between fights. We'll go ahead and grab these guys. Alright, so there's our first, and then once we kill a guy for our second, now we can go ahead and open up our thing. I sort by progress, that way the things that are new kind of pop up here towards the top. So now we just got to keep an eye on that. So we still need 49 guys, but again, not too terribly hard to get. Alright, first little spot is here. So we'll do our scanning. And we got to find these little satellite dish looking things here. I think there's three that we have to get. A little special note on this next one. There is, I don't know, like a little ambush that can happen here if you're not careful. So what I do is I just pop up just on top of this little ledge right here. We'll go ahead and do our scan. And then I'll show you the ambush. So it's back there. Yeah, it should be back there in the bushes somewhere. There it is. Or behind the bushes. Now I'm going to scan out a little bit. If you look right there, what appears to be another bush is actually, if I tab, is a sleeping wampa. Now if you run up too far and start to scan, he'll attack you. If you just mount back up, you can sneak by him. He won't come out. Now we might pull some aggro. There's some wandering things around here. There's strongs. I tend to skip them if I can, like that one on the right. There's sometimes a spawn right here, I believe. So somebody might have come here before us. Yep, I see him there on the left. Oh, no, that's just a creature that is blue. It's a little weird bug. All right, we got by that one down there. There's two up here. We do have to fight these guys. Sometimes you'll pull that third one that we got passed down there. He'll come up here as well, so you just fight him with the group. I think he likes to spit, so sometimes he'll stand down there on the... Oh, is that a player riding the thing? I can't tell. Alright. So then we kind of walk up this way, and we get our third data stream. So here you'll notice that we're almost done with that cruise skill, right? Yeah, that's a player. Okay, I thought it was. Appears to be doing the same thing we are. So, okay, so that mission's now done, so I can go turn that in. But look at how much I got done while not waiting. So we'll go ahead and pull some aggro here, and this is the next area I just basically clear out. Making sure that I kill as many things here as I can. Because they're pretty easy to kill, right? These shore crabs are just one hits. They're not even... I think they're just level 1. Yeah, level 1 creatures. So they die nice and quickly, which is definitely nice. Then we'll work on the next part of the mission. Now, I'm doing this first because there is somebody else in the area, and I don't know if they do the same thing I do here. But I want these easy kills. If we're going for kind of speed here, you don't want to be spending a lot of time fighting harder creatures. Hey, leave poor M1 alone. There we go. Okay, so once I've kind of cleared this area, and there's nothing else really to kill. Oops, I think I missed a couple shore crabs. Just one? Yeah, we'll get that one. There we go. Alright, so now we're going to use our seeker droid, and we're going to find these little mounds. And the mounds are where you're going to find the next part of this particular mission. So if you've never used a seeker droid, it searches, it does this thing. That means it didn't find something. It's going to come back, it'll pop up a little circle. If it thinks it can find one in the area, it'll show a little green arc. These are far enough away from each other that it's mostly just random luck. I'm trying to remember when I've run this with other people. I think everybody in the group gets credit as soon as one person finds it, but I might be wrong. Alright, so there we go. We got lucky, found it on the second one. But you just work your way from mound to mound throughout this area and get that. Okay, so that's the one we have to return outside the cantina. Now at this point, I'm still in adventure mode, so I'm not going to bother turning those in. I'm going to run up north, and we've got 2 more missions up here. And it looks like we have 27 more guys we need to kill. There's usually enough up here. You could go back potentially to that the first quick travel point that we did and kill some more shore crabs and stuff out there. But in this mission, you actually do have to fight some stuff. So there's enough little things along the way. We want these guys, these Groffits, but I normally just, okay, let's pull that group, we'll pull this group. We need the planet kills anyway. There we go. The only thing you want to be careful of is if you get too far away from things, you can find yourself, like the Groffits will go into evade mode or something like that. So be careful if you're running around trying to pull that. Another technique you can use is just have your companion do it. So you stay here and fight. Just sick your companion on the other things. Alright, so we got some bad luck there. We're looking for yellow things coming off these Groffit guys. So we're going to skip the strongs. You know, here's another spawn of these Groffits. So we'll see if they give us anything here. There's quite a few of these around. So it's usually not an issue. I have gotten through the major sections here and not gotten any. There, okay, there's one. Sometimes they'll drop more than one. Yep, that got us 2. So same thing here. We're just going to kind of work our way through here. So here, we're going to grab that spawn. I'm going to send my companion over to grab that other spawn. So notice he goes running over there. Then I'll send him over there to grab that spawn. There we go. Kind of group everything up here. And you know, so we're already pushing forward now. We still have another Groffit thing we need to do. But we we should hit it pretty easily. Alright, there should be one. There's a graphic way over there we'll grab if we need to. But there is a spawn right up here, which is kind of on our way to our next thing. So we'll fight these and hopefully get the third item that we're looking for. Come on, drop a yellow. We did not. But we're not going to worry about it. There's another spawn heading to the next section. So this one is an instance. This is just a single combat. Again, same thing here. You know, if you want to... I'm going to go ahead and put him over to DPS. Now, you want to be careful. If you get knocked back into these green pools that are in here, like this green stuff here, it'll spawn ads. So mostly I'm going to stick my back against this wall and keep myself from getting knocked back. If he even gets to us, I'm sure a knockback will come here eventually. There's the knockback. You notice he just bounced me off the wall, and he's dead. So, yeah, I don't have bio on this guy. All right, out we go. What do we still need? We're at 46. The next Graphic spawn should get us to 49, and then we have one more boss type monster to kill. And that should get us there, so... Alright, let's hope this one gets us what we need. There we go. So that'll finish the graphic mission. We'll skip these guys. Now if you need more, I think up here, not that guy necessarily, but yeah, if you look up here, there's another graphic spawn. And I can't remember if there's one up that path as well. There might be. But since we're at 49, we're going to skip these guys. And again, you could fight these guys as well. You know, you can work your way through this area and grab some stuff. There's a couple down here. We got pretty fortunate. This will spawn the boss that we need to finish this mission. And it'll also tick our kill mission. So. Now, as the commando, I have plenty of defenses and health stuff. If you're not comfortable running, you know, double DPS like that, that's fine. And even now, I'm going to go ahead just for ease of use. I'll put it back on heal because now he'll heal me up. All right, we have to go back to the village here because these two missions have turn-ins. And then we go back to the cantina and those two have turn-ins. And that'll wrap up Rishi. So we're pretty close to... I would say if I didn't stop and explain a couple of things, you know, we've gotten these done within 45 minutes. So you're looking at half an hour to 45 minutes. Yeah, let's grab the pistol. So again, these three tend to be the fastest. They're gonna start getting a little bit slower after this, but that's kind of just different content. All right, so we turn those two in, and then back to the cantina we go.
The honors and glory of the Spawn Nebula are yours.
It's not your time.
A good game until next year.
And in the cantina we got two to turn in, so we have to go back to the basement where we took that 5-minute quest. So remember, right at the beginning. But again, we didn't spend the 5 minutes just waiting it out. So there's that guy outside the cantina. And then inside we will go here. Wrap ourselves around, and so this mission was nothing more than waiting 5 minutes. You don't actually do anything for the mission. And there we go. The Rishi Weekly is done. So we're 3 deep in 45 minutes. They are going to start getting slower here though. So let's see what we got on our list. Black Hole and Section X are older. CZ, Ziost, Onderon, Ossus, Yavin, those are all newer Rishi. Let's do Oricon next. And then we'll probably bounce back to Black Hole and Section X. None of them are horribly long, but they can take different amounts of time. Ossus and Onderon just have a lot more missions, so they'll be longer. Yavin's longer, so you'll run into that a little bit as well. All right, we're going to quick travel over here to our base and pick everything up. So you look 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks like 6. Now there are some heroics. These fights can be a little bit tougher. So, you know, kind of keep that in mind. Don't think we need to grab anything here. Should have... Oh, no, yeah, we have to grab our daily. So, the weekly just gives us the list. We still have to grab the missions. Okay. Now, these are basically the same for Imperial. The Imperials start down here. And this bottom section and this top section serve the same purpose. There's a mission here, there's a mission here, there's a mission here, and there's a mission here. So the order you do these might change a little bit. I'm going to go ahead and pop this. You got to get 5 of these. As we kill these first guys, it'll kick up a mission that is to kill 50, which is pretty straightforward and easy to do. We'll get plenty of kills on this planet. There's a lot of fighting and combat. Alright, you have a choice here. You can go right or you can go left. I usually go right. I don't know why. Used to go left, honestly. I'm not sure why I changed. If you're lucky, so right now it shows no people on the planet, I think. No, it's showing 4 people on the planet. So as long as they're not in the same stage as us. So the downside here is if somebody else pops these, you might have to go digging a little bit deeper looking for them. Alright, now this one, there's 2 right here. So what I'll normally do is I'll drive through those guys, drive through these guys, and I'll let my healer start to pull the aggro. Alright, so now the healer's got the aggro. They're all mad at him. Because these have to respawn, and if you got other people coming, you might miss them out. I go ahead and pop those. Now we'll start to pull the aggro ourselves. I'm going to go ahead and help our healer out a little bit because we did pull a lot. You notice reflections taking place there. Not only helps the kills, but also heals me for that particular one. So now I know not every class has that ability, so your style and strategy might change based off of, you know, your offensive or defensive capabilities. So do what your class allows you to do. That being said, I've run these on, I think, all 8 classes, or all 4s plus the mirrors. They're not hard to do on any particular one. So the last one is up here, and the reason I go this route is I want to sneak up the back side here. If you go this way first, you can go up that way. I'll show you on the map here in a second. But I like sneaking up the back here. So I'll show you the 2 routes that can be effective. Okay, so we're right here. This is the next area we need to go to. I want to sneak up this back way, but if you went this way and then did the things down here that we just did, you can go this direction as well. Either work, not a huge deal, just kind of more preference. I don't think either one's necessarily faster. I think there's more spawns the other way that you could have to sneak by. Okay, so we'll just come up the hill here and sneak behind here. So the other route is just on the other side of this ship, where you'll come around the other side. Now we don't need these guys. We're probably going to easily get enough people, but we'll go ahead and grab them if they don't evade. They might evade on us because I went pretty far. Oh, looks like I'll pick them up. So it just helps with our kill thing again. Usually not a problem. Okay, so these spawns up here. We're looking for yellows. There we go. We have to collect 5 of those. So I try to get into these ones that have more normals than strongs. There are some that will have golds up here as well. Some kinds of tentacles won't move, so you have to, if you're a melee character, you have to go and find them, but usually this is pretty straightforward. Now we got 2 routes we can go here as well. We can go that way, which I think more people go that way, so I like to come up this way. Oh, so it looks like he is probably done. Since he skipped these spawns, I'm guessing he already got his. But I also think he's probably cleared the spawns up that other direction that I told you about. So that's why I sneak up the back. There are some up the top of the hill there as well. There is also, so there we go, we got all 5. There is also a bonus mission here that I normally skip. I don't know if it gave it to me. I don't need that. Where you can like scan these. So I normally don't do that one. And so we're just going to skip it, but it's not needed for the weekly. Alright, we're going to skip this spawn. So you'll notice that since we found all of the things that we need here, that we just have to use this. And what that's going to do is it's going to fire this instance up. So inside of here we go. Grab some more tentacles on the way in. There's 2 spawns, 3 spawns, something like that. There we go. This should be all of them. Alright, so a couple things on this last fight. People struggle with this last fight. It's not hard if you follow the mechanics of the fight. So we have this big giant thing that's going to spawn right here. We're going to go ahead and attack it. First thing it's going to do is it's going to do that extract. I'm going to interrupt that extract because that heals itself. Now it's going to knock us back and it's going to spawn a tentacle. We killed it too quick, but the next thing you want to do is kill that tentacle because he heals off of that as well. And then you go back and finish killing him. Literally, that's it. But if you miss those, if you miss the interrupt, that thing is hard to kill because it'll heal itself as fast as you can do damage to it. The double DPS help. You know, I put my companion on DPS, so we were dumping a lot of DPS on him. All right. So now we're going to go down to the middle. Now there is a bonus mission on this one that I normally do. So we're going to go to this little temple down here in the middle. But to get there, we're going to skip pretty much everything that we can. Have we knocked the 50 out? We have not. I can't remember. Let's check real quick. Yep, we'll go ahead and pop this up just so we can keep track of our Oricon kill count as well. Because again, that provides conquest. I have gotten to the end of these sometimes, and you're like 5 short and just didn't realize it. Normally you're going to get enough just because there's enough combat in this. But it is worth monitoring, because if you leave the planet and you leave 5 short, you don't get those conquests. You can finish them the next day or something like that. Or you can just go back to the planet. Okay, so we're going to grab these things. Let me go ahead and turn my companion loose on him. And we'll just do this as DPS. We'll see how bad the healing gets. There are some fights up here that are a little more difficult if you can't sneak by them. So we'll go ahead and put ourselves into healing mode. It can be a little risky to run with no healer. So it's one of those that use your own discretion, because if you're dying, you can actually skip these guys if you want to. If you come up here. And then we're going to try to avoid those guys. Now, we have a choice here. We need 5 of these things, and this will be our 3rd. There's 2 more down that way, which you could fight to get to. But I'm going to go ahead and go back to where we just came. Usually, the little vent things will respawn faster than the enemies will respawn. Right, so there is our respawn. We'll grab this one. This will get us to 5.
It's not your time.
Without having to have any fights. Again, we only need 20 at this point. And then we still have some fighting to do, so. Now this is bonus. What we're doing right here is bonus missions. So you don't have to do this if you don't want to. There we go. So there's our 5th. Now, this group up here at the top, I would say I'm about 50-50 on successfully skipping past them. It can be done, right? So if you go around them this way, come over to this side, and you want to make a jump. Well, you don't want to pull that aggro. I'll look at these guys real quick. Okay. If you make the jump right here and you don't get hung up, you can get by them. If you miss that jump or smack into the rock too hard and it pauses, then you might pull aggro. So, like I said, it's not a horrible hard fight, but one of the guys is a gold, so it does take a little bit. So I normally try to skip it. Okay, now we're going to get a little funky here. So we're going to mount up, and we're going to do everything we can to avoid, but we are going to get hit. This little creature tends to have a knockdown, or will knock you off your speeder. So we're going to try to avoid his little growl thing there. Same thing with that one up on the left. We're going to cut through this, and then we're just going to avoid that spawn in here. We're going to drive forward. We're going to park ourselves right here at the end, and we're just going to watch all of that spawn evade, so we're not in combat anymore. Then we're going to go ahead and grab this little bonus boss. So this comes from the those vent things that we unlocked. Now he's got like this vortex thing that's going to suck everybody in. This is also one where if you wanted to double DPS it, you can kill this guy pretty quick. We're going to interrupt his heal there, just to make it a little bit quicker. That one I'm not going to interrupt, so he's going to get that one off. So lots of suck-ins and knockback. That's why I put myself in this corner, so I don't accidentally get knocked into that group. So that does the bonus mission. Now, this is completely skippable. You don't have to do that if you don't want to do it. Okay, same thing. We're going to try to avoid the creatures because they tend to knock you off your speeder a little bit more. Same thing. We're going to run through all of this spawn, and if we can stay on our speeder, we're going to wrap around the corner here. We might not be able to lose him. We're going to come over here to that. We're going to drive straight over here, and we're just going to wait. And there we go. We lost all of the combat, and then because if you're in combat you can't go into an instance, so all of that stuff evaded, which means we don't have to fight it. Sometimes you're going to get caught, you get knocked off your speeder, or that last guy that we got there will sometimes follow you over there depending on where you pick him up on his patrol path. But fighting one guy versus all of that spawn isn't very bad. Alright, so there's going to be 4 of these guys that spawn, 2 out of each side. You can't get too far away, otherwise I think it resets itself. So like if you wanted to click that and then try to run over here and click that and have them all spawn, I don't think it works. I think this, like if you do that, if you get too far away, it'll just reset and you have to come back and do it again. Alright, same thing. Rinse and repeat. Now we'll put our companion on that guy so he can do damage while we're killing the guy on the right. And then over to the guy on the left. And then we'll start working our way this direction. Alright, then we got a third terminal, which would appear to do the same thing, but it doesn't. It's broken. So we don't have to fight anything here. I'm going to go ahead, same thing. I'm going to DPS my companion. And then we run over here. This will spawn our boss fight. He'll spawn either over here or over here. So he spawned on the left side here. He's got a couple of hits that are pretty tough. So we're going to get far away because he's melee. And we will start the fight. The nice part is for the most part, he's not going to get a whole lot of hits off on us here because he has to walk over. He's got, yeah, that one I think hits pretty hard. I think he's got another one called like Parting the Ways or something like that that can hit pretty hard. Now, don't forget to click on this before you leave, otherwise you have to come all the way back here. That's it. Now we just have to leave. Same thing. We're going to go ahead and put him back on heals. That way he can heal us as we go. Now, so that ends that one. There's a little terminal here, and it's either going to put you right here or right here. It's just random. So sometimes you'll get lucky, but we want to go to the steps. So that's going to put us down so we don't have to run back out. And see, we hope for the south side. We got the north side. If it puts us on the south side, it puts us right into our next area. If it puts us on the north side, we just have to do a quick little travel around here. It's not horrible, but there's kind of like a little back path here that skirts down the side of the temple. So we would have gotten put down here is the other, just at the steps at the bottom. So those steps. If you're Imperial, you're probably going up this side as opposed to the side I went on. Alright, there is another bonus here. If we want to do it, we'll grab it. Sometimes, if you're lucky, if you're, like I said, we're about to hit our 50, so we don't need the kills. You can skip some of those spawns. Now, if you're doing this the first time as part of the story, you have to do these 5 times. But when you're running the daily, you only have to do it 3 times. Make sure you click on that little crystal thing, whatever it's called, core container, because that's the bonus mission. And it's an easy bonus. So. Okay, so like on this one, we're going to try to skip that spawn. Now, depending on where, there'll always be one ad that spawns when you hit this, right? Depending on where he spawns, so we got, this one's not too bad. It can spawn in an area where it's going to pull that other aggro. Oh, come on. There we go. Maybe somebody already cleared this one out for us. That's kind of nice. Yep, and then we kill that.
It's not your time.
There we go. So now it's going to say go down to this next area down here. See if they're here or not. There's usually a spawn right here in the front. Excuse me, I got a frog in my throat. If you come all the way over here and slip around like that, you can usually avoid that spawn. Then this is that little crystal core container we picked up in the first device. This is the bonus for that. Again, not required for the weekly. You can skip this one if you want. But we'll go ahead and do it. It's not hard. So yep, there's a guy. So he probably killed that spawn that's out front here. But it's pretty easy to skip. You just have to hug that little pillar right there. Alright, wearing heels again. Okay. I wouldn't worry too much about this fight as well. I think you could double DPS it if you wanted to. Either way. Again, most of the time I run on heals just for the convenience. For most of this content, you're not going to die. So, if you have your healer going. Okay, so once that's done, there's our bonus mission. Into here we go. And again, kind of like the one on the north side, there's a single boss that we have to fight. There's a weird mechanic on this one that, honestly, I'll admit, I still haven't 100% figured out. So we'll talk through it. If anybody knows what's going on with this guy, let me know. So he's got this, immune to knockdowns, unshakable, and all your standard boss stuff. But then he's got this surge, and then now he becomes immune to stuns. Sometimes he'll damage dump on you here. I'm not 100% sure why. It's like, is there something I'm supposed to interrupt? I can't remember the true mechanics, because usually you can just kill it fast enough that it doesn't matter. But I would say I would run a healer on that one. Now, same thing here. Make sure you click on this terminal, because if you don't, you're going to have to come back. And that always sucks if you forget to do it. Now, it says exit the cavern. You can run out, but you don't have to. Because I am done with everything but the heroic, I can just quick travel up here. And that's what I normally do. Once I quick travel out of the instance, it gives me credit, and that'll end the mission. Alright, so we got one major thing left here. There is a bonus mission in this area as well for the macro binoculars. that I rarely do. It slows things down. You have to go get it, then you have to go to both sides. There's all kinds of extra that it does. All right, we need 2 of these guys. And then we have to get transports. I want to let him separate. Now, there could be another one coming up this way. I can kill these guys double DPS, but it's risky, especially if a second guy comes up on you. So I normally will do these with a healer. Now, there's plenty of these around, so if somebody gets this one. Okay, so same thing. Now, I'm going to stick myself in the corner. I can't remember which ones have knockbacks and which ones don't. So we're always just going to play it safe. Now, in this case, I am going to go ahead and save my defensives just in case. Like if a second one would walk up on me, or the fight starts going horribly, I want to have those at my disposal. My healer should be able to keep up. But these, again, these are champions, right? So you're looking at a tougher fight compared to most stuff. This isn't a heroic area. Most of the spawns aren't that bad, although they can get overwhelming, especially if you're already fighting one of these guys. So if you try to do both at the same time, that can be a little rough. I've already used my breakout, so I can't break out again. So sometimes you just have to eat those kind of things. So yeah, you know, my healer's keeping me in the 75 to 100% health range, so I'm not worried about the fight. And I haven't used one defensive, so I think we're fine. Most of the time these are all just, I'll call them a little annoying because they all have stuns or knockbacks or things that just kind of screw stuff up. Alright, here's the second one. Let's see if we can catch him before he goes to that group. We'll drag him back over here. If you don't get this one, there are some others along the way. We'll kind of point them out as we come across them. So same thing. Tuck myself into the corner. Last thing I want to happen is to get knocked into another group. It can make the fight tougher. And I also usually try to hide against these walls, because then if something else, like if another one walked by, we might be out of range. I can't remember. Once we get this guy, we've already knocked out our planet 50, 25 and 50. All we have to do is the transports. And I'm going to try to do those without pulling any aggro if I can. So again, more stuns, and it's just annoying more than anything. These can be a little tough though. So, you know, if you're having trouble with these guys, you know, team up with somebody. It can definitely be helpful. Again, I don't want to call it cheaty, but you know, with my commando or mercenary, they have so many defenses and self heals that it's kind of unfair. Alright, so we're gonna try to skip that group. Whoa, missed my jump. I think you can stay, yeah, I think you can just stay on this side of the wall. Then we're gonna wiggle our way past that group. So we're looking for these transports. Now again, there's nothing that says you can't fight those guys. You're welcome to fight those guys. But I'm kind of going more for just, I want to complete the mission. Now, if you were still trying to get the planetary totals, right? Okay, so there you're going to see another boss. Now, this might, I don't know if we're going to get there in time. Ah, crap, no. So I want to slip through there. See if we can get back over here. But I really don't want to fight that boss, right? So I want to slip past here, then there's another spawn here, and there's 2 more transports on this side. That was just a little bit of bad luck that he happened to be in his patrol route, you know, when we got here. If we slip across here, now if we stay against this wall, we can avoid this spawn. If we then cut over and slip past in here, we can normally avoid this spawn. Sometimes you'll pick up this spawn. This little droid here can be a little bit of a booger. He'll sometimes aggro on you as you're coming through. Once he's passed, we should be fine. There we go. Keep moving. So you'll see he goes back and forth. That's pretty tight, right? To get past right there. So without the boss there, you know, you might just choose to fight this spawn. It might be quicker. If he gets back over to where he belongs. There we go. We should be able to slip behind him here. This is the terminal for the bonus mission. So you grab that. You have to... I'll show you up here. You have to scan these little towers here. So there's a tower there. There's another one farther down. But there's like one here, but then there's one here and one here, which means you have to travel all the way back over to the other side. And I usually just skip it. All right. We had this happen last week. There is something going on where, I don't know, once or twice every hour or a couple hours, it's just losing connection to the server. I've had this happen on multiple accounts, multiple machines, so I'm not 100% sure what is going on. But then it'll let us connect right back up, so not sure. It could be a... You know, maybe it's on my side. Maybe it's on my network, although it just seems to randomly happen. And it never interrupts the stream, so my connection is fine. Might be on the server side. There's some glitch going on. It could be a bug where it's like it thinks that I'm away from the keyboard and it's kicking me off, but I don't know why it's sending me all the way back to the server select. But anyway, so there's our third. Then same thing. We should be able to skip that spawn. And then we come up here, and there's our fourth. And that'll knock it out. So there's that, and there's that. Now, let's say somebody had come through and killed all of your bosses that you need to get. What I'll normally do is I'll jump up here. So you got this guy. I think he's the same guy that was traveling down there. There's one up here as well. So I'll jump down to this statue's head. There's one there. If you do the bonus mission, this little container here, you have to click on that and open up a boss there. There's another boss. Okay, yeah, so this one I think walks this way. So there's like 2 or 3 in this area that if you have to get them, you can. This one's not bad. I would highly recommend that you either kill this group or there's a group over here to get up and fight him up here so you don't get knocked back into those. Or sometimes if he runs around or your companion runs around, you don't want to pull aggro on all of those groups while you're fighting these bosses. 2 more transports here. There's plenty of those around as well. So lots of options for this one to get done. Oh, right. We have knocked out CZ. We have knocked out Ziost. We've knocked out Rishi. And we have done Oricon. Let's go ahead and go old school. We've got Black Hole and Section X. So these are a little bit older. We'll do those next. So what are we at? An hour 15. We got 4 done in an hour 15. So 20 minutes average so far. Again, that one took a little bit longer than our first 3. Those first 3 are fast. And so if you are on a time budget, you know, and you're trying to do this on multiple characters, definitely recommend doing the Ziost, CZ, and Oricon. So, okay, yeah, it's the Imperial side. So on the Imperial one, you have to scan something inside of this hangar, I think, looking for a spy or something like that. Okay, now, these are a little bit more dependent on how many people are running stuff. So that can be a little bit annoying. There's another mission we need to pick up out here. And this is true on the Imperial side as well. There's an outside mission. Because normally you would launch and land here. Because of the quick travel that puts us inside. Now on this one I personally go this way. I think you can go to the left and grab some stuff as well. But there's enough spawns over here that if we start grabbing this stuff, I'm going to take that. We'll put our companion on the normal, and I'll take the strong. because he's a healer and I'm going to do more damage. So there's a little bit of a loop here that you can make that will get you through most of these guys. I usually skip those back there. There's a couple back there that count. This is one where if you run this in a different way than I do, I am all for some tips here. I get through it relatively efficiently, but I feel like I could do it better. I never feel like I'm getting hung up. Right? I never feel like I'm like, ooh, you know, I missed something, or there'd be like I'm having to wait on a spawn. That'll kill you if you're waiting for a spawn to happen. Now on this planet there is a section where, you know, if somebody beats you into an area, you do kind of have to wait it out, but hopefully we get lucky there. But yeah, any tips on this one? I don't run this one as much. You know, it's like if I'm gonna do missions, always start with CZ, Oricon, and Ziost. Or sorry, CZ, Rishi, and Ziost. And then I'll probably do Oricon next. I like Ossus and Onderon. They are definitely longer. I like Yavin as well. It's definitely longer. Those are the 3 longest. Okay, so we've knocked out 10 of 15 forces. We've collected a bunch of these things. There's one more spawn over here. And then at that point, you'll notice that where we started has started to respawn. And so I can loop myself back over there and just grab those spawns again. Now what's a little weird in this one is there's multiple phases in some of these. So you have to finish one phase before you get to another. And they're all stacked up on top of each other. So the things we need for the next phase are in this kind of same area. There's these crates right here. So from a design standpoint, it's a little frustrating in that you'll catch yourself competing with players. So like I went through here and got all the stuff I needed for the first phase, right? That's kind of where we're at. This last spawn will probably get it for us. And then I'm going to stay here and still have to fight these guys. Still have to, you know, kill, because now I'm going for these crates. And I'm still going to pull these aggros. So if a new player is now showing up and wants to do the first phase, I'm now competing with him for stuff. Now if he goes through here and kills these guys, it's good for me, because then I can just click on these things. So remember, we had our spawn here. We've already killed that spawn. We'll get this crate. But again, there's the spawn that we fought earlier. You know, there's a spawn that we fought earlier. So if somebody beats me to these, it would be nice. Now, again, we've mentioned it in the 7.0 expansion. It's not as bad, because if somebody came up while I was killing these and shot them, they would also get their credit. So maybe not as bad as it used to be. But it can be a little bit annoying. Alright, what do we need? One more of those? Just go grab this one. So that's my little loop. It's where I like to fight these guys. I think you can go back here and do it back here as well. And that would work fine. I guess if this section here is overly populated and lots of people are doing it. The reason I like to do it on this side is everything we need to do next is right here. So you'll see there's 2 icons here. There's a mission in here. But there's a third phase to this, whatever we were doing, which is to fight a boss. This is definitely a section where if somebody beats you to it, you just have to wait it out. Wait for the little clicky to respawn. Doesn't take a tremendous amount of time, but can slow you down a little bit. So there will be some variations in your runs, right? Like depending on how many people are doing it. My little thing up here says there's 5 people in the black hole right now, so that's not too terribly bad. Alright, so that ends that. Inside we go. Now both Imperial and Republic have versions of these missions that we're doing. They're a little bit different, but they kind of work the same way. Alright, this one, if you do it right, you'll do no combat. So you saw those little things starting to pop up. What we're looking for are these little clickies. But if you get inside of those little circles, it'll spawn a droid that will attack you. So our goal is to try to get around here and click on these things without getting detected. It's doable. Just got to be a little bit careful. If you get detected, it's not a big deal. A lot of these, the key though, is where you stand when you click on the thing, because we want to be outside of the radius of the little detector probe things. I can't remember. Yeah, there's one right here. So on this one, if you jump up onto the wall here, you can get just outside that radius. And then the last one, I think if you just tuck in back here, you're good. And now it's just getting out of here without getting yourself detected. There you go. That was a pretty clean run. Now again, worst case scenario, if you do get into those, it spawns a strong droid. You fight it and just move on. It doesn't reset the mission or doesn't do anything horrible to you. So, okay, we've got 3 left. I like to go and do this one over here. Here next, that one, and then that one as my last one. Then you can quick travel back. Again, we're skipping spawns. I can't remember. Does black hole? There is a defeat enemies on this one, which I have mostly been ignoring because that's just in its first phase. So my efficiency in skipping so far has gotten us to where we have not even hit the first one. There's quite a few kills in the heroic area, so we're just gonna let it run, and then you can make the decision on, you know, do you want to go back and get some more. So there, we've done that. Now this is definitely one where depending on how many people are running, you can find yourself having to do a little bit of waiting, because there's little clicky cells in here that you have to open up, and if somebody else has already beaten you to the cells, you just have to wait for them to respawn. At one time, this was an area that had a broken set of loot tables. So loot tables are just the things that we'll turn our companion loose on those guys. So loot tables are basically just an index of when something dies, look up what it's going to drop, for your loot. Now, different things have different loot tables, whether they're normals, strongs, elites, champions, and stuff like that. There was a bug at one time, and I don't know if it was ever fixed, that the loot tables for the enemies, the golds, and we're gonna have to fight that guy, so let's help our companion first, and then their loot tables did not have just a normal loot drop. Everything was like an elevated or better, right? So when we fight this guy, we're gonna get at least a green or a blue or a purple, and that's true of the golds in here, is the way I remember it. Why does that matter? There is an item called the Zerka Cratomatic, one of the rarest items in the game, that only drops if you get, a certain level of loot. And so what people would do is they would farm in here, just trying, because at least you have a higher chance of getting a high-end loot drop. It might not be the crate, but if I go out somewhere else and fight a gold and it just drops credits, then that is a less of a chance. So you used to see bots and stuff running around in there as well. I think they've cleaned most of that up. All right, if we did well, we get out before that respawns. All right, let's go ahead and open up just to see how close we get. All right, so we're at 7 of 50. Let's grab this group because it'll be easy. I don't think we're within range of the next thing that we need. Alright, down to the bottom of this little breakout section here is a group. We do want to kill this group. because it will drop a injector that we need for the next mission. There's other places to get it. You know, all the enemies in this kind of area will drop it. There it is. Probably more than one. Okay. So we're going to skip that. There's another group back there. We're going to skip them. And what we need to do is we need to hit these things. We can get to 2 of them on each tower. But you'll see this little injector. So I'm going to run in here. You notice that we're now taking damage. I'll hit my injector. That makes me immune. I'm going to try to get to both of these. And then I have a move that is jetpack that I'm going to use to get the crap out of there. Now, if... I think we still have an injector. Let's look. Nope. Okay. So now we just need to basically do the same thing. Was reconsidering pulling that spawn. I was going to go pull that spawn because there's more of them. And they didn't have a strong, but both will work. Okay, so what we need to do is basically what we just did again. We need to get an injector loot drop. There we go. And then, again, I normally run in, take the first couple of things, then hit the injector, because now a timer has started, right? And my companion can heal me through. So if you look down here, you can see that the countdown's happening. And once I hit 0, then you'll start taking damage again. So I run in, start taking a little bit of damage, then I hit it, and then the tick starts ticking down. That protects me. My companion can heal me back up during that time, and then I can usually get out by the time the timer runs down. If you don't get out, it just kills you. And it's kind of like fall damage. It'll kill you, and you'll have to respawn back somewhere safe, which is normally going to be the base. Okay. So we are at 17 kills. And this is the heroic. This can be a little bit rough. Highly recommend, you know, having either a tank or a healer in this one. There's a lot of pulls, a lot of damage goes out. So you'll just see, you know, we're taking more damage, knockbacks, because it is a heroic area. Whoa, I should probably pay attention instead of talking. It's kind of one of those where it can dump a lot of damage on you quick. So you saw, you know, my health dropped pretty low. Once you get a few things killed out of these groups, it's not too bad. Really, I have found this first entrance here, if you can get past it, the rest of it's not too bad. This is probably the most intense fight, even counting the boss fight, to be honest, of this run. So if you survive that, you're probably pretty good for this one. 23. It'll be close. I think we'll be close to getting the daily or the planet kill thing here. Okay, I normally just skip this guy. He's a roamer, but he can come up on you in this fight if you're not careful. Okay, so we've only got one droid in this one, so he's still going to yank us. So I normally just let him yank me before I do my attack, especially a channeled attack. If you do a channeled attack, it's going to get interrupted by those kind of things that you saw there, and that can be a little bit annoying. Okay, so you notice I went through and killed the normals first. I'm going to take the droid out next. Those laser things can do some damage, so you might consider doing that. I just hate that he tosses me around. Once he's down, we should be fine now. But again, you can see, you know, I was 50% health on that one. You notice that, you know, M1 there now is taking the brunt of the laser. So there we go. Not too bad. Now in this next section, there's 2 droids. So same kind of thing. They're gonna boot you around a little bit, but less total people. So there was some knockbacks. I'm gonna try to grab these 3. Let's take the laser guy out first. We'll let M1 eat that one. if I've gotten low enough for that to kick in yet or not. There it is. See the self-heals kicking in there. Again, I will fully admit this class has a lot of survivability with its self-heals and shields and stuff like that, which definitely makes soloing these things a lot easier. Depending on the class that you're playing, your results may vary a little bit there. So do what you need to do. I know playing through this on a healer, at least a Sage healer, isn't necessarily too bad. You put your companion on tank. It's a little slower, but you put your companion on tank and then just keep them topped off on health, and it's not too terribly bad. Your medium armor wearing DPS, so your agents, smugglers, inquisitors, consulars. Some of these fights might be a little bit rough, but if you've played your own class enough, that you should be able to get through most of these. Now, if you do catch yourself getting in trouble, you can do things like line of sighting things, and you can always kill some things and run back to the entrance, because once you get to the entrance and leave the instance, although there is an elevator, so that only kind of works at the beginning. But if, let's say you killed 3 guys and you're starting to lose your health at the beginning there, you can run outside the instance and it will drop combat, and you come back in and the guys you killed are still killed, and now you've got kind of a fresh start, right, on trying to kill those guys. There are some tricks that you can do there. So, yep, it's kind of, again, your mileage will vary. Like all of these, if you have any I do that differently or on such and such a class it helps to do this, definitely drop that stuff down in the comments. I'd love to hear what you guys have to say. I'd love to hear different techniques. Again, it's really easy to get into your, well, this is how I've always done it mindset, but I always love to hear how other people do it. So for instance, on Yavin, I go all the way to the west and work my way back east, but I also know people who, ooh, this is a little bit of a tough fight. I probably should be paying attention to what I'm doing. I know people that start on the east and work their way west, and their way works as well. I burnt through all my energy. So, again, everybody has their own way of doing some of this stuff. Yeah, that was not an efficient fight. I made some mistakes there. I should have. You want to focus and kill one target at a time, especially if you're in big groups like that. And the nice part about doing that is, okay, so these guys are healers. I'm hoping I can get both of them. So we want to take these guys out first. They should die pretty quick, but you're fighting an uphill battle if you're trying to DPS through heals. So we're going to take these guys out. Should have saved my knockdown to, yeah, so you can see this guy just, his health is coming back nearly as fast as we're taking it out. So with 2 of the healers doing that, it's pretty rough. Now that we're down to just the sky is pretty something. But anyway, yeah, I'm always interested to hear how other people do things. Because if I can make my runs more efficient, that's always good. Alright, there is a weird quirk in this next group. Oh, we knocked out our daily, or our planet thing. Okay, so these guys also have the pull. So I'm going to jump and fight them and stick myself right here. Now you notice their pull didn't pull me. I got stuck on that little thing. Then these guys run out, and now I can area these guys down pretty efficient. So it's a nice little trick just to keep yourself from getting pulled and pushed around quite so much. Now there's a danger in, like, because I'm area attacking all these guys, it would have been probably, from a health standpoint, it's better to kill one at a time. That way you're taking less damage as the fight goes, as opposed to killing them all at once like that, where I took the full brunt of all 4 damage for the majority of the fight. That makes life harder on your healer, whether it's a companion or another player. I've got the defensive cooldowns to do it, so I don't worry about it too much. But if you want to be a little more efficient from that standpoint, it's probably a good idea to single target and get some of that damage off of you. But I wasn't too worried about it. Again, this class has a lot of heals and reflects. So. This is more of just an annoyance. I get the story part of it, but having to set all the bombs separately. You'll see this in some flashpoints. You'll see it here. You'll notice that your companion, they'll sometimes get stuck at doors and thresholds. There's a couple things you can do at this point. You can just dismiss your companion and bring them back. If you have rocket boost, what I like to do is I just rocket boost in here, and then when the rocket boost wears off, I'll just click it off. Then the companion respawns next to you. And so if you know those points where you're going to have problems, it's pretty... You can use those kind of tricks to get past. Alright, this is a pretty straightforward fight. It's got a lot of mechanics that I just mostly ignore. It has all these things. He jumps and he grabs grenades. And he does all kinds of stuff. And there's like 3 different colored circles and attacks. I can't remember everything that's going on in it. I'm sure when it first came out they mattered. Now it's just let your companion heal through it, and it's not a big deal. So yeah, there's another one. There's another one. I suppose if I was paying closer attention on what they all were, I could, like, if I can move out of it, I will, I guess. I'm not going to make it harder on my companion, but I'm not even going to bother to try on that one. Again, you notice my health hasn't really budged, so... There we go. So that'll finish that. We'll finish our weekly. So let's see. Oh, we didn't pull our Oricon weekly down. Yeah, that's probably junk. We'll give... I don't need to give that to M1. He's at level 50. So, alright. That clears Black Hole. So, from here, we can go on to the next. So, we're inside an instance. So, we'll just quick travel back. A couple things you could do here. You can go back to your stronghold if you prefer. Quick traveling on the planet means you don't have to load another area. So, it tends to be a little bit quicker. Okay. Section X is next. Back to Belsavis. Now, if you want to manually travel to these planets, some of the planets have multiple places you can choose. Black Hole is on Corellia. Section X is on Belsavis. So if we look at our planetary map here, you notice that you can choose between Section X or the story part of the planet. Now, a lot of times if you do those, it's going to put you in a space station or something like that. Whereas using the travel through here allows you to skip that, which is definitely kind of nice. Okay, we need all 4 of those. There's also an area mission we're going to have to pick up eventually. Okay, that Heroic 4 is pretty tough. Now, I can get through it solo and kill everything. I normally don't. I normally skip the fighting on it. So we'll talk about that when we get to it. This is definitely probably a planet that would be lower on my list of ones I like to do. It just the missions are kind of cool, but they do take a while to get done, and we'll talk about each of them as we get there. Section X for the Imperial side, I think, is a little more efficient. You can get through those missions a little quicker, because I don't think they're as deep or as involved as the ones for the Republic side. But we'll go ahead and do it. Alright, so there's our first mission done. So now we're going to go ahead. We got 2 instances, or one of these is an instance, one of them is not. But we're going to go over and do long shots next. And I'm pretty sure this one's going to have a defeated enemy, so we'll keep an eye on that as well. Again, same kind of thing. We fight enough stuff here. So I'm going to sneak past most of this. Now this area actually does, the Imperial mission runs in this area. But there's nothing down there that we need. So we'll just kind of scoot around the back side of all of that. There's a couple of creatures that spawn here, which somebody has killed. But they stand like right here. If you jump up in this area, you can usually get past them. Alright, so this is long shots. This is a heroic 4, and you're going to see inside of this, it earns its reputation. Now, if you just go from spawn to spawn, you know, it's soloable. I can fight all these guys. It takes a while. So this is more of a, do you want to fight these guys? Now they're all like golds and silvers, right? They're all pretty high-end stuff. The question here is, do you want to actually fight them? You get conquest for it, you get loot and all that kind of stuff, or you just want to get this mission done. For this run, I'm going to go with I just want to get the mission done. So I'm going to try to fight little to nothing in this entire thing. We might get killed, so you will take a shot to your armor, but I can usually get through this. Now, I am going to make a quick little change here in that I want to pull... Where is it? Hold the line. So we're gonna grab that. And where did it put it? Up there. We'll just leave it there. I'm only gonna use it for this. Okay. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna put our companion on heals, and we are just gonna run. Hold the line will allow us to move faster in combat. So I'm gonna go ahead and pop that to lose those things. Now, you've seen me do this before. They're going to take a shot at me for as long as my companion can live. Now, sometimes he'll catch up with me here, and I can drop a heal on him. So I'm going to drop a heal on him if I can. Try to keep him alive a little bit longer. And now he's dead. So now we're kind of on our own. Ooh, I think I messed up. Yeah, okay. I messed that up a little bit. I don't think I want hold the line. Alright, but again, like I said, death was not necessarily something I wasn't expecting. Okay, so we have a little bit of time. So we're going to get out of the spawn area. We're going to get up here into kind of a gap between them. And I'm going to reset that skill because I think I lost something that I would prefer to have. Alright, so we will heal ourselves. Yeah, so I thought that change was just going to remove a bonus to that skill, but I would prefer to have it, so... Alright, and then I'm going to move that back down to my bar. Because that thing deflects and heals you, and it's definitely nice to have. Okay. We're going to do that again. Avoid those. Again, we're going to grab some aggro here. We'll drop some heals on our trusty friend there. And then we're just going to walk this out. So same thing. You know, I'm pulling aggro, but then they're running off.
Functionality below optimum.
And if he respawns... Oh, okay, so he's dead. But I think we're okay. I should be able to just outrun these guys now. Okay. There's a spawn up here. We don't want to pull them. Might have to pull my defensive. We'll see here. Yeah, let's do it just to stay safe. If you get kind of to this area right here, everything's going to go into evade mode, and then we should drop combat. All right. We're going to respawn our companion. We'll get ourselves healed back up. Now, sometimes, I think if I would have had this, it would have been close. Sometimes I can get to this spot, again, on this character without dying. Most other characters, without all these defenses and self-heals and stuff like that, that's a little bit tougher to do. But one death isn't too bad. Okay, so we've got this spawn group. We're going to skip them as well. We're going to pull aggro. And then we got our boss out here. So I want my companion to attack that boss, right? I want him to pull aggro on him. And I'm going to avoid him because we don't want him to chase us. So there we go. The whole point of this mission is to get this. So I want to get this thrown before he comes back and knocks me off. That's the end of the mission. I'm just going to jump off, and it's done. The heroic 4 is done. You don't have to fight that final boss. He's a bear to do solo. If anybody wants to see it, let me know. I can do this again sometime and fight the boss. You have to do. He has a lot of like these extraction heals that hit you and stuff like that, and you have to line of sight and interrupt most of that kind of stuff to get it to work. So, okay, the Imperial stuff is down over on this side, but we're gonna head over to our next area here. Try to avoid as much of this as we can. Yeah, we should be able to just drop down here. So I know that isn't the way the encounter was probably designed, but it is definitely the quickest way to get through that. It'll cost you a little bit in repair costs. So. All right, so these are, to me, on the Republic side, a little bit more annoying. This looks like an instance, but it isn't, if I remember it. Yeah, it's just green. This is another one. There's a relatively substantial bonus mission in here, so we will go ahead and do that. Again, it's another one of those that if somebody else is doing it, you know, it might slow you down a little bit. And I haven't run it for a while. I'm trying to remember if there is a... I can't remember if it was bugged or I just don't understand the first phase of it, but sometimes it seems like the first phase goes really quick. All right, we're definitely going to get some kills down in here, though. So what we need to do is we need to get to there, and we need to get to there. So that's what's required for the mission. Now, as we go, we're definitely going to pick up some things. These little droids we're going to have to click on eventually, that you saw over there. So we're going to get some kills in here. If I remember right, there's a pickup that triggers... Yeah, so that completes stage 1. And I don't remember if that is because I've done it enough times that it's bugged, or if that's how it's always been. So if you know, drop it down in the comments. If there's like, no, I have to grab 10 of those things. I can't remember. My memory seems like it used to take longer to do that stage 1, but I might just be misremembering things. Okay, so, part of this, is we're going to have to fight our way through these. So we are going to pick up quite a few of our dailies here. I'm going to grab these on the way in, and I'm going to hope that one will respawn on the way out. And I think I just got myself turned around. There we go. So we're heading for that now. There is a droid over here. Yeah, there's one over there, so we'll go ahead and grab this group. Now, you'll notice these spawns are not near as bad as long shots, right? This is not a heroic area like it was before. We're fighting mostly normals in here, so back to our area attacks, back to lazy rotations and all of those kind of things. So I'm going to leave those guys. I don't have to fight those guys. And again, I still try to skip as much as I can. Those golds are just tech fragments, for those of you that might be wondering. So we'll do what we can to skip as many of these guys as we can. There's enough areas on this planet that if we need to go and just farm a little bit to hit our kill totals, it's not that hard to do. All right. We need that terminal, so we definitely have to fight these guys. I missed the front guy. The one downside of the high survivability of this character class is unlike your inquisitors, sages, your smugglers, your agents that have these big, giant, monstrous area room clearing circles, I have this tiny little circle. So I have to have things pretty tightly grouped in order to kill them, right? Like with a smuggler, you can get all those guys relatively easily. Alright, so there is our first 25, and then the second one will kick on that is 50. So we'll turn that on just so we can keep track of it. So we're at 7, not too bad. We're going to skip that guy that's walking around there on the back side of us. And we'll see if any of these have started to respawn yet. Looks like it. Yeah, we might as well get the kills. We need this anyway, which I think we just missed on the first time. I think I went back and did that one, but I didn't look over here close enough because I made a point of like, nope, just gonna skip those guys. All right, definitely plenty. Now again, this is one of those that if it's a busy day and there's a lot of people running this bonus, you click on it, there we go. This bonus can be a bit of a pain, right? Because you got multiple people trying to get it. Let's grab this one. And then double check. Okay, we need to go back in there. Now I don't think the next one you can actually do up here. I think the release Sith Lords are all downstairs. Or in the next... I think it's down. I think it's up. We'll look and see if we see any. But I don't think they're up here. And you will notice there are definitely droids in this area. You know, there's a lot of them. So it's not impossible to do. There's a droid back there if I remember right. But it's one of those that the quicker you can get it done, the better. Alright, we could have waited him out, but we'll go ahead and fight this guy. Could have waited for him to walk around. Here's our second terminal. And then we're off to the next area, which should be down here. Yep, so there's our stage 3, the Sith Lords. So now we're going to do our best to get out of here without having to fight too much stuff. So that is out, but we don't want to go that way. Probably have to fight one spawn to get through here.
It's not your time.
Yay, I love when they melee and they come in on top of you like that. Makes my little circle work.
We'll have this war won in no time, sir.
Alright. And again, you know, if we pay attention, I think there's robot, yep, there's one there. You know, there's plenty of opportunities to get the little droids, but there we go. Let's see if we can just skip by that guy. There's an overseer. I don't think you can sneak by these guys. Yeah. Now you can. Oh, I don't think I can make it. There we go. I guess it's up, not down, but I think that'll break aggro. So there's still a droid there. Yep, so that broke aggro for us. Again, kind of depends. You know, if you want the kills, you know, I'm giving up conquest points, I'm giving up loot, I'm giving up credits, but saving time. So it kind of depends on what do you want to prioritize, you know, in your daily runs. You know, is it more important just to get to the next stage, or would you prefer to go a little slower but get more reward for it? So, you know, again, I could have stayed down there, fought those guys, and then just caught the next elevator. We got a little lucky there that was able to get back to it in time before it went back up. But, you know, play how you want to play. There's nobody sets your rules, you know. My kind of rule of thumb is as long as what I'm doing is not interrupting other people's play. You know, so for instance, okay, so this is the bonus area. We'll talk about that in a second. We still have to get these released Sith Lords, and we should be able to pull that guy in, I believe. Come on, there you go. Let's see if we can get him to come over here. Yeah, maybe not. Anyway, so, you know, play the way you want to play, as long as you're not disrupting the game for other people. So, like I said, I'm a believer in, you know, so for instance on those droids, right? Like, if I see somebody fighting the spawn that's close to a droid, I'm not going to run in and grab the droid from them. It's like they're putting in the work to kill what needed to be killed for that area, so I go ahead and let them have it. Not everybody does. And again, don't let it frustrate you too much. Frustration just leads to mistakes, but for the most part, I try to not disrupt other people's play if I can help it. Now, I will admit, I will sometimes get a little tunnel vision-y. You know, it's like I tend to pull multiple groups and clear areas in a certain way that if I don't notice a person in the area, it could probably come across as greedy. You know, it's like, wow, why did you pull those? I needed those as well. I think that's less of an issue with the new tagging system, so that's a good thing. Alright, we need one more, and then, so this is the bonus section here, I think. Can't remember which one this is. No, I think this is the main mission, and the other's the bonus, I can't remember. So there's one that is walking around this section here. But we need that terminal anyway, so there's our third Sith Lord. There's this guy that's going to be walking around. He'll cut down the center there and work his way. He just does laps. So we have to fight something over here as well that could cause an issue there. There, we knocked out our planetary daily. Not daily, but it is a daily. But our planetary kill mission. Those do reset every day. So they can be a good way if you just want to go and farm, you know, like on a planet, you know, there's some easy spawns. You can just go farm 75 guys and get conquest points that way. That actually works pretty well. Alright, I was slow enough in doing that I have a feeling that he's going to come around. Now, I have a choice here. I could wait him out. I could go ahead and just spawn this anyway. We're just going to kill him. By himself, will interrupt his heal. He's not going to be that hard to kill. When they're in a group of other people, I don't think I can get him killed before that hits. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Now, unfortunately, this guy usually respawns pretty quickly, and so there's a respawn going there. We'll talk about that in a second. So I think this is the bonus boss. So we got the loot off the guy, we did the 10 droids, we killed the 3 Sith, and then this is the end of that bonus series. Bonus missions can be nice. Now we can skip those. You know, those aren't required. If you just want to grind out the dailies. But they give you good conquest and loot and credits and stuff like that. So, let's see. What did that give me? I would have expected more. It looks like 675 conquest points, 40,000 credits. Let's get away from those guys. Oh, this is gonna be close. If you jump up on this terminal, you can skip across both of these platforms. I don't think we can skip these guys. Yeah, I didn't think so. Now, that being said, we're going to go ahead and passive our companion.
Acknowledged. On my way.
And we're just going to run away from these guys. I'm pretty sure if you get to basically the corner of this instance here, it'll be far enough. Yep, there you go. I think we're starting to drop aggro. Bang, bang, bang. All right. And now we're just going to finish this guy off. So, pretty straightforward fight here. We got these terminals we have to hit. Yeah, we have to fight the guys to kill them. We've talked about that as far as just general mission design. You know, it's like make the terminals a thing. Where you will see a difference in that is if you're playing on stealth classes. Sometimes the stealth class can get through stuff quicker because they can avoid some of the spawns if they just have to get to a clicky. As long as the clickable is far enough away from the spawns, they can stealth up, click it, go back into stealth, and run away. I don't play a lot of stealth classes in Old Republic, although interesting enough, my main character I played in Lord of the Rings Online was a stealth class. So take that for what it's worth. Played a burglar. Hobbit burglar. Very cliche. I had some other characters, but that's probably the one I put the most time in. Rarely play Lord of the Rings Online anymore. Although I'm still theoretically a subscriber. They did an interesting business model, and anybody who played in the beta, at the end of the beta, they offered us what they called the lifetime subscription for beta players. It was $199, but it made you so you didn't have to pay a monthly subscription fee. You were a subscriber for the life of the game. So on the business side, that was interesting. It gave them a big shot of income right at the beginning. In the long term, it loses them money, but it's also one of those that a lot of MMOs, don't keep players for extended periods of time. So let's just say, to make the math easy, $200. If it's a $10 a month subscription, that's 20 months, right? Well, if your average player is going to play 12 months, you made some money there. Once I played past 20 months, which I did, it was actually a better deal for me. But then at some point, I don't remember when, the game awards, and I buy expansions with the currency they give me every month now because I'm a subscriber, and I keep the game up to date. But okay, so I just took that little thing. What that did is it made it so I don't have to run through all this. It pretty much puts us at the exit here. So it was a really cool business model. I liked it as a player because I played Lord of the Rings Online quite a bit back before I started playing Old Republic. All right. So we are manually traveling out of here. I don't know if you could make a case for quick traveling back and then having to make the trek all the way back out to this next one, and I'll show you why. I'm going to try to sneak around kind of the back end of the spawn area here to get to the next area. All right, so we've met our planetary issues, so we're just going to try to... got hung up there. Let's just kill these guys. I was going to skip past those guys, but they were persistent, and I can't drive. Combination of those two things made combat necessary. Yeah, I got hung up on that bag, I guess, sandbag. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to come over here. Now, I sometimes fail at this. This is a weird jump. And if you hit this rock wrong, it'll push you... Oh, you saw me go to the left right there. I'm sorry. It'll push you off into the lava, and that's a bad thing. We're going to try to skip that spawn. And we drop down there. We skip those spawns, and that takes us to our next thing. So it's a pretty quick travel. You're just kind of wrapping around this pillar here and then dropping down. Again, I could have quick traveled out, but this travel back is longer. Plus, I still need to go up here. So I want to hit this one on the way to this one to go up there. And again, that's his thing. If somebody has a better route, let me know. Oh, crap. Did I forget to do something? I think I did. I did. Okay, so I mentioned this on Oricon. We're going to have to go back. So we did the fighting, and we did everything that we had to do there. But I didn't click the terminal enough times, so that's going to suck. We'll just do that last, because then we can just leave the planet. Okay, same thing here. We'll fight where we have to fight. Most of this stuff, though, is kind of hard to skip. Now, some of these will spawn guns, so I'm going to go ahead and hit that. And the turrets will actually help you fight. So there's a couple strategies that we can employ here. We can get highly aggressive and try to maximize our damage output with the turrets. We can get a little more, we'll just call it cautious and not do that. I love the fact that we saved the guy from being choked, yet he still attacks us. So this first area, I'll show you what I mean. So there are some things we have to fight in here and some things we can skip. Two of the little side cells here are going to have champions in them. You don't have to kill those. Two of them will have little terminals we have to click on, so we will have to fight those. Okay, we'll grab this while we're out here. So what we're going to do is I'm going to...
Acknowledged. On my way.
So these guys we don't have to fight. These guys we do. So I'm going to have my companion attack them. Then I'm going to have my companion attack this guy over here. That'll bring him closer to the center. They should meet up in the center. Now I'm going to click on this, which will spawn the turrets.
Emergency functions engaged.
Oh, let's help our companion live. There we go. We'll pull some of this aggro. Now the turrets are fighting as well. They'll pull in some aggro. We'll pull these guys into the world here. We'll pull these guys off our companion so he can help. So now what I have is I've got the turrets fighting, my companions involved. We've got the entire spawn going at once here, which maybe not the smartest thing to do in the world, but let's kill that guy. I was stunned. So now we're just kind of picking stuff off, but the turrets are helping us. Some risk involved in that, right? It's definitely a way to get yourself killed. My companion almost ate it. That was pretty close. Now, if you want to go more cautious, those are just normal spawns. So all you have to do is just kill a spawn, move to the next, kill a spawn, move to the next. I think that's a little faster. I'll admit, though, I don't know if I've ever gone through and timed both ways. I've mentally done that, and I think it's probably actually pretty close to the same. But I like to do that because it keeps it more fun and interesting. Makes it more challenging. Now, again, you want to make sure you don't forget to click on things. Just because we killed everything doesn't mean we still don't have to get all of that stuff. So I already did the clicky there, which will allow us to kind of just move forward to the next section. I normally pick this spawn group up now so that I can do the same thing. I can use my rocket boost to get all the way to this next area. Combat will knock you off of your rocket boost. Alright, do this a little differently this time. Maybe give M1 a better chance of living. There's not a spawn right here at the very, very beginning, so we'll do the same thing. We'll send him back to attack those guys, and we'll send him forward to attack this guy here. What I do that for is I want him to be close to the center so that the turrets all can get to all the spawn. Alright, we'll see if he lives. There we go, he's doing alright. Pop back here. So now the turrets are all kicking in. The nice thing about that as well is you'll notice that some of the guys are now attacking the turrets. 4 M1s. There we go. We'll pull the heat off him. So now that I pulled enough aggro, I turn my reflect on, so that's also now doing damage. Turrets are doing damage. M1's healing himself. See if he gets himself back to alive before it all gets over with. So when I get stunned, they go after the turrets, which is kind of funny. And there we go. Another section done. Looks like we lost one turret. So there you go. I don't know. Do these have a health bar? So at least 4,000 health. Lost that turret, it looks like, as well. Oops. I forgot to pull that group. That's all right. So again, do what you want, but it is a technique. With this particular class, pulling a bunch of people, like something else you can do is if you're in an outside area and you have access to speeders, what you do is you just gather up a whole bunch of spawns and line inside them, and then once you get to an area where they all stack up, you can just mow them down with your area effects and your defenses. You can, like, especially like in a flashpoint, you can kill a whole section of things. All right, go ahead and mount up our speeder here. There's one guy that's walking around in here. Nice, we picked him up at a good spot. Sometimes he'll be on the other side, so little luck there that we were able to group these guys up pretty well. Alright, we'll just start picking them off now. Looks like he's healing, so probably should have paid attention to that. Alright, we'll interrupt his next heal if we don't kill him first. Interrupt. And then we'll go ahead and take out the skin flare here. Now, occasionally, when you run this a bunch of times, it is easy to miss some of these, so there's always a chance you'll get to the end and be like, oh crap, I need to go do one more thing. That's frustrating. I think we got everything though, because there's one more camera on the back side of that wall, and then that's our turret there. We're going to do the same thing here. On this one, there's a spawn on the left and a spawn on the right. But there's also turrets that are going to spawn on the left and spawn on the right. So first thing we're going to do is hit our turrets. We'll turn our companion loose on that side. We'll fight on this side. We'll knock this group out, and then we'll go help our companion turrets clean up the other side. Oh, looks like he came back to us, but yeah, let's pull an aggro. So again, you know, they've killed most of the stuff on this side without me having to do it. He's off getting killed by a turret there. Turret's killed that guy. So getting those turret buttons in earlier is kind of nice, actually. All right, this should be our last camera. There we go. And then we're just going to have to kill these guys. I suppose, that was horrible. I suppose you can drag them back. You know, get them to follow you back and fight by the turrets. I don't know how much that would gain you. You know, it's like the time it takes to drag them back there versus just standing here and fighting them. Maybe this guy. You know, when you're fighting golds and champions, their health pools are just so much bigger that it just takes a while. That's a weird quirk of this game, especially in single-player solo content. Oftentimes, the scariest fights are not against the single golds or the single champions. They're against the groups, because the groups put out so much more damage. With a healer that just follows you around, like, we'll pay attention on this one. I doubt my health drops below 80%, 85%. So there's 90, is that 82? I think I got to 82 there for a second. Oh, that was a big drop. So a little bit of burst damage there. Bursted me up into the high 70s, 75. But yeah, no real danger to dying in this fight, right?
Fight until the last Imperial lies dying at our feet.
But again, some of those spawns of a bunch of things can actually hurt you. Okay. Let's see. You know what? So I'm going to go ahead and exit here, talk about which direction I would normally go, and then we're going to do something a little bit different. So again, this one's an instance, so that's kind of nice. You don't have to worry about competing for spawns and stuff. But here's what we're going to do, just to kind of... We have to get back over to here. So normally what I would do is I'd head over this way, and fight my way down. But what we'll do is we're going to jump over here. We'll quick travel and head that way. I think we'll be ultimately faster. So we'll come around the edge here, because I think we can just slip right through here and get back into that area that we screwed up. Oh, nope, sorry, over this way. So these guys are part of the Imperial quest over here. All right, let's get back in here. And go fix our mistake. It happens on occasion. Get distracted. Don't pay attention. It is a good habit if you can remember to do it, like before you're going to leave an area or hit a quick travel point. Just open up your map and look for things, right? Look for, oh, well, why is this still glowy green? Oh, crap, why is that still green? Oh, it's because I missed it. But that's okay. That's why we do things live, so we can show the mistakes that we make as well. While we're waiting for elevators, let's kind of talk about what we do. I play Old Republic every Saturday from 10 to 2 West Coast time. So 10 was that 11, 12, 1 to 5 East Coast. We just finished our playthrough of our Bounty Hunter origin story that we started as part of an Extra Life event. We started that in the Game Day 2021. Oh, nice. Somebody's been through here and killed the spawn for us. So this will be a little bit more convenient. Hopefully we can avoid that. Nice. Oh, that's going to be close.
It's not your time.
No. Didn't quite make it. So we started at November 5th, Game Day 2021. We also played it for a Thanksgiving stream that we did. But that's all we really did for Extra Life last year. This year we set everything up in January, but we started streaming in March. So we've been streaming every weekend since the beginning of March. And we finished our origin story. So I'll keep the character. He's not going anywhere. But I kind of retired that playthrough. He's level 80, so he's level capped as well. We'll just fight this guy. Trying to get here. Somebody's been through here before us. And I want to get through here before all these spawns respawn. Almost got him. Yeah, so you can see he's killed that already as well. So we've kind of put him aside though, since we finished the origin story and he's level capped. Might go back to him at some point if we wanted to do some of the other stories. But we're looking for new things to do for the second half of 2022. There we go. Alright, so that was a screw up. Okay, so just to keep things consistent, I'm going to go ahead and not quick travel. Because it's a pretty short little trek to get back to where we were. And then I'll show you my normal path. So if you've got anything that you'd like to see, it's like, wow, I wish you'd do X, Y, or Z in the game, definitely let me know, either in the comments below or hit me up on social media. If you search Deconstruction Gaming, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter are the ones I probably spend the most time on. Just shoot me a DM or a comment up there. I'd be happy to try some things out. So what is Extra Life? So Extra Life is a charitable organization where game players, game streamers, stream their game and they beg for donations. So that's what I'm doing. I'm going to beg people for donations. So if you follow my link in the chat or link in the description down below, they'll take you to extra-life.org. They handle all the money. None of the money goes to me, which I am very thankful for them taking on that burden aside. But they also provide you everything you need, receipts for tax purposes and all those kind of things. And then that money, goes to the outside of processing fees or whatever it takes to do that kind of stuff. That money goes to the Children's Miracle Network of hospitals. All right, let's see if I can skip these guys this time. That was a little better. Nope, knocked me off. Alright, we'll bring these guys up real quick. So every streamer can stream just for the Children's Miracle Network as a whole, or they can identify whatever local hospitals are in their area. So I play for Phoenix Children's Hospital. That's the one that is in the Phoenix, Arizona area. There are tons and tons of different hospitals that are being played for as well. Okay, we'll make this jump again. Try not to get ourselves killed. Screwed that one up. There we go. Okay, so we'll pretend we didn't just screw all that up and we just came out of here, right? So that's our instance. And we will check our map this time. So our map is clear. We have some turn-ins back there. We have some missions here that we need to run. So now one thing you do want to be a little careful of here is right there. There's the world boss, Dreadtooth. An interesting mechanic. You put these stacks on him. There's achievements for killing him with one stack. I think it's 5 and 10. So it's an interesting fight. He's a rough one. So, all right. So this is what we're looking for. We're looking for these little terraforming things. And I got stunned. There we go. So we have to not only kill the terraforming things, but we also have to kill the creatures that are next to them. That's a bonus, but you kind of just get it. It's not really that big of a deal. So we will grab this one. Get these bonus spawns. It definitely help the creature count. Maybe not the most efficient to area 2 of them down. Alright, we'll get this one. Now, same thing here. You know, if you get here and these are taken, there's plenty in the area. This whole cave section in here has a bunch of them in it. I think we will slip in there for one, if I remember right. Resource management leaves a little to be desired. So he's healing, I think, because of those explosions, but so if you get yourself into kind of that chain pulling mode where you're pulling group after group after group, especially if you're doing area attacks, you can easily knock your resources out. Area attacks are not very resource efficient. Burn through a lot, but you do a lot of damage, so it's one of those that it's the trade-off. Okay, now I think we should be able to get this all done outside, but if you are not finding these out here, if you go up in here, you're gonna see, you know, there's a whole bunch of stuff all the way through this whole section. There's some here. I think there's one here, one here, one here. So there's definitely plenty of them to hit. But I want to go this way anyway, which means I'm going to come over here and pull this last group. Should get me both the bonus and the last thing that I need. So that's my normal route coming off of those. Now, we took the detour because we screwed up one of the missions, but so that is that done. Now, you'll notice that it says you still need a mission, but we don't have any other missions. That's because the last one is an area mission. So we're going to travel off of this map into this area over here. This is also where the HK droid mission starter, I think, is. If you take it back there at the base. Imperial and Republic are a little bit different in this area. Whereas the Imperial has to kill creatures and click on these little things, Republic has to kill droids and collect little things. So they're slightly different in what you need to do. So we're going to come over here and grab these droids. And this one is actually kind of fun because I do this a way that I haven't seen many people do, so I'm going to share with you guys what I do to make this work. Because the same thing can happen here. If you have a lot of people fighting droids in this area, you might have trouble finding enough, or you have to do multiple laps. But I will show you what I do, as long as you keep it a secret. If I come back and everybody's doing it my way, then I'll know I've got good followers. Or maybe bad followers that are not keeping a secret. Now, feel free to share it. I don't care. I don't run Section X that often anymore, actually. Okay. There's another spawn up here. We're going to go ahead and grab it. And then we're going to... So, what I used to do is I used to just continue around... continue around here. There's like another droid spawn here. There's one here. You go under a cliff there, and I think there's one over there. And you can just kind of work your way down that way. And it's fine. But again, if you get other people that are playing, it can be a problem. If you're doing the Imperial side, the final boss is kind of up there. It's like a nest of some Gundark or flying creature that you have to do. Okay. I'll show you what I like to do. I like to come over here, and instead of going around, I'm going to try to get up this little ice wall here. There we go. And there are droids up here that nobody ever bothers with. And they meet all the requirements that we need. We've got haywire droids. We've got the security things we have to grab. And it's awesome. We are a little low. Usually we get more than one of the security things. I don't think that spawn gave us one. Should still be okay. I think there's enough up here. Yeah, we got 2 out of that. Now, we are going to pull this aggro, but interesting enough, if we get up here, they are not smart enough to follow us. So they get confused, and they go around trying to get to us. So they're working their way around the outside of the ship. So you can see them on the map there, right? They are completely lost trying to figure out how to get to us. Because the pathfinding, probably the nav mesh that's sitting on top of the ship, doesn't allow them to come and find us. Alright, so this should give us the last of our droids that we need, and now we're only 3 of 5. Hopefully we get 2 out of this. Yep, we got the cores that we need. Now, we're technically still in combat here, right? They're trying to find us. I'm not going to bother with the harvesting. As soon as I jump back down here, and I think about here, drop aggro. I thought so. Come on. Okay. If not, what we can do is we're just going to make the jump here anyway. Jump over here, bounce off of those 2 things, and we'll continue on our way. Might be because I didn't have my companion on. If you put your companion on passive, sometimes that'll help drop aggro. But there you go. So those are my hidden droids that if you're having trouble finding the droids, it's a nice spot to go get them, because I don't think many people know they're up there or bother to go up there. Alright, so this is the so where the Imperial Inn boss thing is up there, or down there. This is the Republic one. Same thing. Yeah, we're just gonna drop our defenses, not for the defenses, but for the reflection. Just to put out a little bit more damage, just to speed up the fight a little bit. Because same thing here. I'm not in any kind of worry that it's going to kill me. But it just takes a while to kill it because it's got a lot of hit points. At least for a level 50 area. 76,000. What do we have? 16,000. So we knock this guy out. So you can see, you know, Section X definitely took a lot longer than CZ. Even without our mistake. You know, this is going to take a lot longer to get done. And I should pop that, pop that. There we go. Where did our box go? Another one down. Now, all these reputation items are great. I'm capped on reputation for all of these areas, so I can't use them for anything. These are companion gifts. I tend to keep the blue, purple, and gold versions of those. Reputation item, reputation item, reputation item. More reputation items. But if you are working on your reputation, you know, all of those for all these different factions. You know, if we look at our reputation here, can help you get those all done. So, all right, where are we at? So let's check our list. Black Hole done, Section X done, CZ's done, Oricon done. Not gonna do McKeb. They're all right. Those missions, there's not a lot of them, but they are long. They're like multi-parts and stuff like that. Ziost is done. Not going to do IOCast. That leaves Yavin, Ossus, and Onderon. So I think we'll do Yavin next since it came out before Ossus and Onderon. Off we go. Oh, yeah, no, we made the planet. Okay. As I say, I forgot to check to see if we made the planet kill total, but now I'll have to check the video. You know, I think we started at like 100, 130, 120, 130 reputation, or sorry, conquest points. So let's even go high, go 140. So we're 230,000, you know, reputation in so far. So to make, or not, geez, not reputation, conquest points in. So to make conquest, you don't have to go through all of these. You know, like a couple of CZ runs, Ziost run, you'd be surprised how quick you can hit 100,000. It really doesn't take a lot. Okay, so obviously, you know, we're dailying it up here, so I'm not bothering to really pay any attention to what any of the people are saying. We're just grabbing missions here. We don't need the weeklies here. You can do them if you want. They're not needed to get the weekly for the daily area section. Okay, so we've kind of collected everything here. So like I said, a couple ways to happen here. You'll notice that we have the ability to quick travel here, here, and here. So all the way here, all the way here. If we look at our overall map, we've got missions all over the place. I like to start at the west and work my way east, so I'm going to do it that way. We will do the bonus missions here as well, just to kind of be complete, although some of these, like this first one especially, probably easier to skip. This is also another area that has clickable things, so how many people are here? Hasn't updated yet. We've got 10 people on planet, so it shouldn't be too bad, but so we need 6 of these. Now the nice part on Yavin is most of these missions don't auto-complete. Alright, so we will send our companion over to fight those guys. We'll fight these guys. Ooh, our companion joined our little group. So we'll send him over to pull that group. We'll finish these guys off here. So notice he's still healing me. He's still doing his job. He must have pulled aggro there at some point. Alright. Knock these guys down. Give our companion a little bit of a break from the damage he's taking. Okay, so 15 of these guys, depending on how many people are fighting in this area, could be problematic. You know, if people are gone through here, killed the spawn. I don't do a lot of Yavin anymore, but there used to be bots that ran around here because there's a lot of these resource nodes here. So people had set up bots to just harvest the nodes, so they would kill some of the spawns. Doesn't look like anybody is actively killing anything here, so I think we'll be alright. So this would be the bonus I'd be most worried about, getting the 15 of these guys. Now, you can fight in this entire area, so you can go over to the north side of the wall here, that little temple. You know, there's also these things scattered all over there as well. So it's not like it's hard to get enough. Hey, come back. Leave my healer alone. So yeah, we should be alright. I think there'll be enough right in this next area. So I'm not too worried about hitting the sixth one of these, because we have to turn that in. And then there should be another spawn. Does it have 4? I see 2. Are we going to be too short? Might be too short. Now we can go grab that guy if we need to. Got a gold walking down there, but might be quicker. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just grab these 2 guys. So again, there's a whole set of spawns up there as well that we could have run up and probably grabbed. I'll admit, I honestly haven't worked out like a, oh no, what you should do is go to these 3 node locations to make sure you get the most out of the spawns and stuff like that. I usually just fight whatever's here. And normally you're competing, so it doesn't even matter. You're just gonna have to go find 15 if you want. Now again, that's the bonus, not required. What did he give me? 411 conquest, 8,000 credits. So. All right. So now we're gonna pick up a new mission, and I saw somebody head in this direction, so might mess up our system a little bit here, but we'll see. So I pop back into this cave. There is a spawn here that looks like has been killed. There is a spawn to the left. He's heading into the cave as well. There's two spawns here. Now we're going to help, because again, remember, we just have to get a hit on into the tagging system there. So there's a spawn here, a spawn here. There's a spawn on the other side, and there's a spawn on the way in. Those should give you enough to get to your 15. We're going to go inside this instance and take this part of the mission. And then hopefully those will respawn by the time we go back out. So between going in and going out, you can usually get your 15. If you don't, there are some outside of the cave as well that you can pick up if you have to. Trying to make the melee guy walk around a lot so he doesn't knock me back. There's the knockback. Alright, so hopefully, while this fight was going on, so we knocked out another mission. Yep, so I thought I saw a spawn there. So this spawn has respawned. The other side doesn't look like it has yet. Oh, no, it just respawned. How many more do we need? 5. There's only 4 there, I think. So. Sorry, I had a tickle in my throat. There we go. It's back to normal. So there's one more spawn here that's about to happen. Should be able to get these on the way out though. And again, we'll both get credit for these. which is kind of nice. Okay, so now that we've done that, he is probably heading for the same spot that we are. He rocket boosted. Okay, so we wanted to fight that guy, and we'll come back to him if we need to. But again, we're being a little selfish here, but we want to click on this before he gets here. Oh, he's off doing... Oh, he didn't get enough, so...
It's not your time.
Alright, we'll go ahead and grab that guy too then. So this is part of a bonus mission that we're actually going to finish in the next area. So we're ahead of him. So I'm not sure... He killed that first spawn. He killed the second spawn. And the third spawn, but he must have come up just short. So again, there's enough inside that cave that if you do it right, you can actually get all that you need. And so this concludes that mission. Now it's important here that our turn in for this mission is in this area. So there's some more down there as well that you can get if you don't get enough inside the cave. So we want to make sure we turn that in because we don't want to come back. Alright, so now the next mission is down in this area here, but we haven't picked it up yet. We have to go here and find a little data pad. Sometimes it won't spawn if you're zoomed too far out. You notice I run my camera zoom at a pretty wide angle because I just want to see as much as I can around me. Alright, so this one, kind of the same thing. I'm going to pull together some spawns here. I'll grab those guys, grab those guys, grab those guys. So this is where you can get it a little bit selfish. Like if somebody was following me in here, I'd be like, dude, why did you take everybody? Oh, I didn't get my attack off on that guy. So. These guys drop pretty quick though. Get that normal back there. And you notice they're not really tearing us up that bad. Same thing. You know, this is a bonus part of the mission, so if you don't want to do this part, feel free to skip it. If somebody's come through here and, like me, cleared out all the spawns, you just have to click on these things. There's quite a few of them.
They're gonna kill us. I don't know how.
I think there's probably 10-ish, so double the amount that you need. We'll try to count as we go through here. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There might be a couple more, so 10 to 12 maybe. Or I might have miscounted. So I'll give this player some credit. Let's see if I can get it. Who is he? Deirdre. You know, he kind of saw that I was in an area and he went forward into another little section to get what he needed. So
don't even know why.
Pretty cool. Not sure what he's doing now, but that's all right. All right, so that was both the mission and the bonus mission in that one. Now, we can pick this guy up if we want. He'll count for this bonus mission of kill these 3 things. I normally skip that one. There's 2 more in this area that will meet it. Oftentimes, I'll go ahead and just grab this spawn because it does count. Now, this next section is highly variable. We've got droids for bonus missions. We've got followers. We've got partisans. We've got all these different kinds that we have to kill. It kind of just depends on which spawns you get, right? Okay, but what we are going to do is we're going to pull aggro on this guy because he'll count for that mission of 3. There's usually a dog that spawns there that somebody must have already killed. We're going to pull aggro on that, and we're going to send our companion over to grab these guys because we need them. Hopefully the dog thing will spawn while we're fighting these guys. Hopefully we don't get too far away that he goes into evade mode. Keep holding him. Alright, then we're going to pull our companion back to us, so these guys will follow him. So these lurkers are part of a different mission. I'll put him back on so he heals us. And so there's spawns basically along the south side here and up the east side for the lurker mission. I like to grab these if they're here. Because we have another mission we need to get here, and that is to scan this thing right there. And then we have to fight 2, I think, elites, if I remember right. Shoot that little thing. Oh, there we go. I like to run to this guy since he's melee. He'll chase us back over here. Oh, nope, they're just strong. They're not even big, so we'll lay into them. The dog has respawned, so I'm going to send my companion over to grab the dog. What is it? Crackjaw? There we go. So you notice that, where's it at? 1 of 3, 1 of 3, 2 of 3 right there. So we need this guy here. And that'll finish that bonus mission. Now I like to just kind of cut along the south side here. Since those 2 spawns were intact, there's a good chance that the spawn over here will also be available. So we're going to go ahead and grab that while we're here. Because we're at 7 to 10, this will give us 4, which means our lurker will be done. Again, if we need more, we can go up that east side. Or we can just come back, because we're going to have to come back down to this side of the map later on anyway. Alright. Love that those knock down. Okay, so he's got a big knockback. I'm going to try to interrupt the first one, so it's that Dursteel punch. I don't know if we're going to get him killed before he gets the second one off. We'll see. Doesn't look like it. So make sure that you get your back someplace where it's going to knock you into a pillar or a rock or something like that. Not a big deal. You know, you don't want to get knocked into other spawns if you can help it. Okay, so I don't really have a huge path here. I work myself from south to north. There is a mission we have to do up on the north side. So I just kill the spawns along the way. I also do the bonus mission in this area, which is to click on these little clicky things. So we'll go ahead and fight these guys. We need some of these guys, so we're going to send our companion over there to get those. And when I said send my companion, I've got hotkeys set for the attack, my companion attack right here. So I just hit a hotkey to send him off to attack. And then we'll clean this one up as we come up here. We're going to come up on this section. There's another overseer back here. We're just going to eat his Dursteel punch here. Actually, let's see if I can interrupt him with this. Nope. My timing was just short. Because that knockdown would have interrupted his Dursteel punch. And then that would save my interrupt for the second one. We'll interrupt that one. Alright, so you'll notice on Yavin, we've already knocked out our kill 75 enemies. Not usually a problem. If you do the bonuses. Now, if you're skipping the bonuses, maybe not as much because, you know, like 15 of those creatures, you could have skipped some of those and such. Okay, so we're halfway through the bonus there. So now I'm going to work my way up to the north side. And there's these little camps all along the way. There's usually a spawn here. When you see that, when you see the spawns are gone, but the bonus things are not, usually means somebody's just not bothering with the bonus, which I completely understand. If you're just running it for the major conquest points, the bonuses aren't really needed. Okay, we do need one of those still. Grab these guys. getting interrupted. Come on. Those dots are interrupting it, so alright, let's kill everything. Okay, so we'll start paying attention to some of our numbers. So we need 10 more followers and partisans. We need 2 more droids for that bonus if we want to do the bonus. I think that's it. Should pay attention to my rotation. Alright, we're gonna need 2 more loyalists once we kill this one. And do we still need an overseer? We still need 1 more overseer. Those are the golds with the knockback. So there's one of those here. There's also one up over in that direction. We'll go ahead and grab this one. It's like right around that tree, I think, somewhere up there. So there was the knockback. Alright, looks like he's starting that mission. We need that. So we'll let him finish. And we'll grab it after he's done. I think there's another... Yeah, we could do it up here, but we would pull... We'd pull that champion. I don't really want to deal with the champions. I got 1 more droid in this group. So that's going to put us at 5 to 6 droids. So we'll go ahead and clean up the rest of this stuff while they're... Okay, that bonus is done. So we don't need any more bonuses. We need 1 more droid, 1 more loyalist. So we're going to tag that loyalist, kill that, fight that. Now again, just to be clear, in the new system, you know, I didn't interrupt anything he was doing. He got credit for all those as well because he did damage to him first. So you know, I don't feel bad about coming up on somebody's fight. In the old days, it wouldn't have hurt anything either. I just wouldn't have got credit for anything. Okay, there's usually at least 1 droid. Yeah, there's a couple droids in this group. So. Alright, we need 3 more partisans and followers. This will knock out the droid bonus. Here we go. There's 2 guys over here. So I think we'll need 1 more after that. We've got the overseers, we've got the loyalists. So we're in pretty good shape. Okay, he's just wrapping up right there. So we'll go ahead and start our version of this. That worked out pretty good. Alright, so round 1, just some normals. Round 2, 2 strongs, I think. Round 3 is the elite. Pretty straightforward fight. These 2 are nice because they were coming on top of you. So you can knock them down with some area attacks if you want. You can't knock them down, but get their health. And then after we kill these 2 guys, it'll be the single elite. And then we've just got to get 1 more follower or partisan. So this has been a relatively efficient run. The only thing I watch out for is because you're going from fight to fight here, you know, pay attention to your resource management because this is an extended fight, and again, I'm not being anywhere near careful. You know, I'm willy-nilly using area attacks, and yeah, probably not running my rotation as tight as it could be. Okay, now if we look at the map, we've got a mission that's going to hit down here as soon as we finish that, so we're going to head in that direction. Because there should be spawns, and sometimes even at the spot that we need to fight, there should be a spawn of at least 1 more guy, unless the people that were ahead of us are there doing it before we get there. If not, you know, we can kill that group. There's lots of things that could happen. So this is where we need to be, and you'll notice we've got a partisan right there. So this will finish the mission, and then this little item right here will become clickable. And then that'll be the boss for this mission. So we'll click on that. It does have a knockback, so I'm going to try to put myself with this pillar kind of behind me. Not that getting knocked back is dangerous or there's anything around here that I have to worry about, but it's one of those that just makes things quicker if I'm not flying about the map. There we go. There was the knockback. Okay, so that clears this area. Now, if we still needed lurkers, we'd come back down here, come up this side, but we're going to head over to this east cave here, because that's where the final boss for the lurker mission is. But at this point, we're avoiding spawns. No reason to fight. So we're just gonna travel over there. Now, if you're doing the story missions, you know, these guys, you have to fight for those missions. But again, so here you go. More lurkers kind of up this side if you want to do that. But into this eastern cave we go to take out the lurker matriarch, I believe. These guys you can normally just skip past. I think he'll give up here in a second. And then we'll just click on this. Again, same thing here. If somebody's here before you, you just have to wait it out. Click on it once it respawns. Respawn rate's actually pretty quick. Okay, well, we're fighting this guy. Let's look at the map. So on the north side here, we've got the Imperial side. On the south side, we have the Republic side. We have to do 3 items, little clickies in both areas. So for efficiency, what we're going to do is you always want to start on the opposite faction that you are. So on Republic, I'm going to go north and do the Imperial side first, because what that will allow me to do then is once I'm done with that is I can quick travel down to the south side and do the second half of it. If I'm an Imperial, I want to do the opposite. I want to go south, do the Republic side first so I can quick travel up to the north and do the other half of it. So your path will be a little bit different depending on which faction you're going here. We're also going to pick up a bonus mission that is almost impossible not to finish. The spawns around these things will be thick enough that you'll get them. Okay, so we got to find 3 of these things. So basically, if I'm doing the Imperial side, my path is just the opposite of what I'm doing here. Republic side is a little bit different because of where the base is at, but so here's the second one. This spawn can be slow to chase you. So if you want to skip it, you can. If you want to move him so I can still get to that clickable. On the Republic side, there's plenty of spawn, but we'll go ahead and grab these. We're going to try to avoid the walker. Again, it's just an elite. It just takes longer to kill. It's not that it is any stronger, going to hurt us or anything.
We will fight until the last Imperial lies dying in our feet.
Alright, so here's our third. And again, there's 3 on each side, right? So the Imperial base is just here to our east. It is kind of like right here. So if you're doing Imperial, you just do kind of the opposite of what we did. But now what we can do is I can quick travel down to this side. And it just saves me some travel time of manually going from side to side, or top to bottom in this case. So on the Imperial, usually you're going to come out here. I'm going to grab this one, and then travel down to here. Yeah, we'll do the opposite. We'll go south first. And again, there's tons of spawns. So that getting 15, like I'm going to grab this group. We'll grab the group that's there. We'll grab that group, and that'll probably finish it for us. Let's let them have it. Love the knockdown. So now we're not taking damage either, as all those guys are laying on their back. So there you go. Bonus is already done. And I bet you we still kill another 5 to 10, depending on how the spawns go. Now, I normally go ahead and just, like in that case, I grabbed them all up and finished the bonus, because it could happen that as I come up here to the north to this next one, like I'm going to avoid that spawn now. But, you know, the things that are around this might already be killed. Somebody might have come through and done it. And then I don't have to go searching later. So there'll be some extra kills here, but nothing too terribly bad. Wow. Not happy with my healer. So we'll grab this one. And then we'll head here just to the east here. And again, there you go, another spawn. So yeah, 5 over of what would be the minimum number to meet the bonus mission. And if we kind of look, we got return, return, speak, return, return. This one should knock that out. Done all the bonus missions. We are done with Yavin. So that's my path through Yavin. I think it's pretty efficient. Lining this game in this area. Yeah, Yavin is actually kind of cool. Good to see you, Mr. Darth Hinton. So let's take a look here. This section of the map that we're on up here is kind of the overview. So if we fly out here, so we're up above the trees now. So if you look, like that's the top of the tree canopy. So you know, looking out, you know, that temple right there is probably this big open temple here. But so we were playing down below, right below this whole tree canopy. So yeah, the filtering light coming through all the trees. Yavin is a pretty cool looking planet, given some of the planets. It's better than Tatooine and Hoth. Those are very monochromatic. Hoth is very bright. Some people like it, some people hate it. So now we're just dumping our missions, turning everything in. They have little things they're saying in the background there. But again, we're in daily solo in-game mode here, right? We don't really care. I've run some of these missions hundreds of times. Which one am I missing? There it is. There we go. So that clears Yavin. So put us up to 428,000 so far. So we are rolling. Okay, let's take stock. Black Hole Section X done. CZ done. Oricon done. Skipping that one. Ziost done. Yavin done. Ossus and Onderon in an hour. It's going to be close. Okay, so when I say spawns, what spawn means is when you see those groups of enemies, once you kill those enemies, they're going to come back. They're going to think of it from a programming standpoint. I think of them as instances, and you kill those instances, so new instances are going to show up in those exact same locations. And what that allows you to do is allows other people to fight them as they come up. There's a spawn timer, so different ones will spawn at different amounts of time. So like when you kill it, it might take a minute to respawn or 5 minutes to respawn. Some of the stuff can get really long. You know, it could take half an hour to an hour, but you don't see that much in the game anymore. Let's head to Ossus. But it's just the way that, you know, it groups up your enemies and allows you to work your way through the game. All right, so Ossus and Onderon are newer daily areas. I mean, when I say newer, they're a number of years old at this point, but came in after all the stuff that we've already done. This one has a lot more. So you're going to see we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're not going to bother with these. These are like group content. So we're staying in the solo mode. Now, Onderon's interesting. Let's see if there's anything over here. Yeah, we're not going to bother with that. That's not part of the weekly. But here's another thing that they do that I kind of like. It's like we're going to run all these missions anyway. So we've got our weekly, which we have to complete 6 for that. We've got this weekly, which is just to do the heroics. Those are the harder missions. So we can knock out 3 of those. Then we've got this one, which is complete 5 daily missions. So we'll also knock that out as we go. So it's got 1, 2, 3 different essentially like weeklies. So if we pop this open here, you know, this one I guess is daily, but where these are just collections, like do a collection of missions, do a collection of missions, do a collection of missions. So it's kind of nice And then when we go to each area, then we're also going to pick up some missions as well. So I think we got everything that we need here. All right, where do we need to go first? Not the farms. I think catacombs first. This looks different than I remember. It's like they've expanded the map. Alright, so I think that's where we go first. So, the way this one flows is there's 3 different areas I think we're going to fight in. Each of those also has new missions that we pick up. So like I said, there's a ton of missions in this one. So we'll grab that one. We'll grab this one. What do we got? We got 6 people on planet right now, which would make it very difficult to even run the group content. So this is the same thing. If you play these and you have a more efficient path than what I use, absolutely please share it down in the comments. I am always happy to learn some new stuff. So there's a number of stacked missions here that we have to deal with. So we just placed that little sensor down. We're going to use our binoculars and scan these. So there's a lot of Jedi ruins on this planet. So we're going to scan those. And we're slowly just going to work our way down the river here. There should be a spawn right here if it hasn't already been killed. Alright, so it looks like he got through right before us. So we're going to have to come back there and get that one. We'll go ahead and grab some other stuff, though, that we can do while we wait for that. Okay, so just to further explain the spawn point, right? So there is a named NPC down there that we have to fight for a particular mission. There's actually 2 of them for one of the missions. And so somebody else already killed it. Now, if we would have got there a little earlier and he was still fighting it, we could have just got 1 hit on it. We would have got credit for it. But unfortunately, that didn't happen. But even things like this, right, like these sensors that we're putting down, we'll work our way back here, and most likely the little sensor that we put down here will have despawned, so it will have gone away, and the little thing will respawn for us. So there you go. So sometimes when you have to do like 6 of these, you can come back to one. So okay, so now you'll notice this guy is here. Right, so that guy that had just left had killed him, and so there was like a cooldown timer, and now Razor Claw has respawned for us to fight. So it's one of those that a lot of this game, a lot of MMOs are set up this way, where it's in a shared area like this. You know, once we kill Razor, if he hits it, there you go, he'll get credit for it now too. It's like when he backed up, I'm like, dude, just take a shot. So we both got credit for that. Now, because there are 2 people in this area, we have to start to decide, do we want to try to race over to where I know the other spawn is? Do we want to grab these sensors first? So in these shared areas, you know, you might be competing for stuff, competing to get things in. We're just going to play it like we normally would and hope. Okay, so that finished that mission. Not too difficult. There is a guy that's supposed to be right there who appears to be dead. There is a clickable there. So since he's fighting these guys, I'm not going to rush up and click on that. I could, you know, while he was occupied, I could take that. If he still needs it, I want to give him the chance to get it. If he walks away from it, I'll go and click it. So. Right, but there are some other ones of those that we can get, and it might be that I can still do it after he does it. I don't know for sure. Let's go check. Nope. So there'll be a clickable there that will eventually be available. There is another one. Oh, let's go ahead and grab this guy. So here's Scarjaw. So he's the other named NPC that we have to get. So we're kind of in a disadvantage here. We are following somebody who is just ahead of us in the missions. And being just ahead of us means that all the things that we have to wait to click on or stuff like that he's getting to us just before us. So we want to. We might either try a different path. Let's go see if this one's back yet. Okay, so this one's back. So now you'll notice that the cursor changes, and I can do the thing. And we've got to get 4 of those. Now he went up, I think, those stairs. So we're going to go a different direction. Try to pick up some that he won't have gone through. Because there's a bunch in this area. So we're just collapsing these tunnels with grenades here. And we'll skip those guys. Probably gonna pull aggro on those guys. We'll get far enough away from them that we'll get this done before they attack us. There we go. And we'll take them out. While we're doing that, we'll go ahead and check on. Okay. Wow, we have not killed many things yet. We've accomplished a few missions, but not a lot of combat yet. That will change. There's some other sections of this map that have a lot more fighting. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you know, if I needed to, let's say, kill 50 guys, right? It's quicker to just keep moving through the map. Like, I just fought that group. Now there's this group, you know, then it would be to just wait here and kill them all. And then, you know, it could be 4, 5, 6 minutes before the next group happens. In gaming terms, they'll call that farming, right? Where it's just kind of think of it like plant harvest type of thing. For certain things, you can do that. You know, if they spawn quick enough. The first dailies that we run, we were doing CZ. I was in a room where there were 2 things that just kept respawning so fast that I could just stand there and walk back and forth between them and get the 6 that I needed. But for the most part, you know, it's going to take a while. From a game standpoint, it does 2 things. One, it makes it so, you know, somebody's not just camping an area. Like, I'm pitching my tent, I'm going to sit here and kill captains all day long. It discourages that behavior. But it also makes it so that if you are in an area and you've killed these guys and you're trying to get something else done, they're not coming back so fast that you just spend all your time fighting the guys as opposed to doing the missions that you're trying to do. So there's a lot of reasons why we'll keep the spawner. Yeah, I thought there was another one around here. So, like, I need to do this, right? Well, you know, if there was a group that spawned right here in front of it and I had to kill them and they instantly came back, I could never get that part done. So, okay, we've cleared. We're going to head up here to the north. And we've got... So, I was hoping to put some distance between that guy that was ahead of us. Because this is another one where we need to come up to these, like... There's these little booths here that we have to click on. So we click on that thing,
It's not your time.
and then we'll fight the enemies. Let the Jedi go. So now we have to find 4 of these. So that was our first one. But we're also going to work our way towards this goal, right? So we want to work our way this way so that, again, we try to
Before defeat.
lower as much travel time as we can. So we'll kind of work our way to the east here. There's one up there. I think we can skip that one. There's one down there if we have to go grab it. Doesn't look like anybody's taken the ones that we need, so I think there's enough right along this cliff face to finish up. I will admit I am a little rusty. I haven't run daily areas as a regular part of my gameplay in a while, but again, these are things that I've done many times. Alright, 2 down, 2 to go. So I think there's one here, and I think there is one more just on the other side if I have a good enough memory. That, or we might have to backtrack a little bit. We shall see. Arguably, you could skip this one. I guess I could finish killing that guy. Just because fighting the elite guy takes a little bit longer, but shouldn't be too bad. Ugh. He's shielded as well, so it's... Oh, that's a disconnect. Second one today. So you notice the world has now stopped. I can still move around. My client still knows what's going on. And so my client is rendering stuff, but I have no connection to the server. And there it dropped. There's a chance we'll come back and that guy will be dead. Because our companion is still fighting on the server. We're technically not disconnected as far as the game is concerned. It still sees me in the world. We could come back dead. That can happen as well. I believe it still can happen. But there's something on the server side that it's the second one in 3 hours and 15 minutes. We'll see. One of many things could happen. We could be dead. He could be dead. Or it might have just, if it dropped us all together, he just would have run back to his origin spot and fully healed himself. So let's see what happens when we come back into the world. Or at least our window on the world here. He is dead. Nice work, M1. He did the work for us. Alright, we need one more of these. And I thought there was one more this direction. Yep, there we go. Right down there. I love it when my memory holds together. So yeah, I probably should look it up. Before next week, I'll look up and try to figure out what is it, or is it just me that's doing this drop? But like I said, I've had it happen on another account that was playing with me at the same time, but we didn't drop at the same time. We dropped at 2 different times, just randomly. So I don't know exactly what it is. Okay, so now what we need to do is we'll just jump up on this crashed engine here. Maybe. There we go. We'll get our binoculars and do another scan. Another Jedi statue, it looks like. Alright, then we check. What else do we have? That's going to take us to another area, so we're not worried about that. I think we have cleared this area. So everything else is farms. Yeah, I don't see anything else in this area that we need, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to go up to the dead forest. So this is now just basically a rinse and repeat, right? We cleared the first area, we'll clear the second area, we'll clear the third area. Each area will have a couple extra bonus missions we can pick up. So we'll grab that one. And where's the other one? And again, I'm not bothering to read them. I've done them enough times that I know what to go and do. I couldn't probably tell you the stories of them anymore, but... Okay, so in this area we've got some different things that are going to happen. The first thing is we've got a couple droids that we have to kill that are tougher. So we're going to try to skip our way up here. So he's right there. Now, I want to grab him right now, just so somebody else... Although if somebody else would come and start a fight, then we could have joined in, I guess. That's old school. That's me thinking in an old way of, if I don't get this droid, somebody else will, and I'm going to have to wait for it to come back. In 7.0, that's less of an issue. So I probably could have let him just stand there, because if somebody else would have come up and started attacking him, we could have just joined him and still got credit. So now that only works if it is your faction. So if an Imperial player came up and started fighting the droid, it would go gray to me. And if it's gray to me, I can still help, I can still fight, I can still kill it, but I will not get credit for it. And so then I would have to wait out the spawn. So I guess my paranoia does have a little bit of room. Okay, so this is this one right here, crossed wires. This one is R8XF4, and we have to do R8X4L. He is over there on the east side of the map, so we'll work our way over to him. And again, not too worried about, you know, dying in this fight. It's just a slog because he has 500,000 health. So there you go. You see that guy pop back in? He respawned. So he was there from before, and we stood here and fought so long on this one that he's decided to rejoin the battle. We're going to take him out just because he'll die a lot faster, and that way we're not taking damage from 2. And then, yes, something's going to respawn up there. Now, if we were smart, we probably should have clicked on that for another mission, because in the time that we took to do this fight, it also probably would have spawned another instance copy for us, and we could have gotten 2 out of it and made that part a little bit faster. But I don't want to run back there because I'm worried that if I get too far away from this guy, the evade code will kick in. And if he goes into evade mode, he'll run back to his original spawn point and he'll automatically get all of his health back. And I really don't want to fight that fight again, so we'll go ahead and make sure we finish that fight. Alright, so I think we have to get 5 of these. 4 of these, not too bad. Alright, there's one there's one here. I think there's 2 more down the hill, if I remember right, but we're going to go ahead and we'll jump over. I know there's one back here for sure. Alright, so we're going to take that repair droid out back there so he's not making our life harder. So target priority in general, you know, if you have a healer like that, taking them out is a good idea. Then you want to work your way from weak to strong. The weak ones are going to die faster. The strong ones will take longer. So why fight this strong one while 3 weak ones are beating on you, where you can just take out the weak ones first. Alright, there's 3. And we'll skip those guys. Skip these guys if we can. Don't know if we can skip that guy or not. Yep. And then there should be a 4th one right here at top of the hill. Here we go. Alright, so we knocked that one out. And then we're going to try to the best of our ability. Is there another one back there? Yeah, there might be another one back there. We're just going to work our way forward here and skip most of these guys. So you notice I'm just driving between them, trying to keep enough distance that I don't draw the aggro of the group. And there's our next super droid that we have to slog our way through. Another 500,000. So this is basically the same fight as before. It's just going to be him and I, and actually my healer. So I kind of cheat. So let's go ahead and drop our defensives, or pop our defensives. Not because I am worried about dying, but again, they have reflex that just do a little bit more damage, speed up our damage output a little bit. Probably, these would be close. I could probably put my companion on DPS, so he's doing more damage but not healing me, and then actually used my defensives accordingly, that when I got into any kind of trouble for health, I could have just used those, and we might have been able to kill it faster. Then it's just a DPS race. Can him and I do more DPS than the droid before he kills us or we kill him? But these, not too difficult. Come on. He's so close, 1%. There we go. Okay, so we knocked out one of the weeklies. It doesn't, for me, it doesn't really matter which one of these I grab. They're going to open up a gear box, which will have stuff in it. Oh, we got a decoration at some point. That's kind of cool. So it's a 252 rating, right? All my gear is rated at 320 or 330. So I knew it was pretty much going to be nothing I could use. This is a decoration. So you get these for killing some things. So I have 14 of them so far. But if I right click on that, I should have 15 now. It'll update next time I open it. So, okay. I think that clears all of the normal missions in this area, but we do still have one more up here at the top. This is a heroic. It's inside of an instance. The nice thing about the heroics is I could manually travel back to that, but because it is a heroic called Into the Hive, or what's this one called? Yeah, Into the Hive. It's got this nice little quick travel. So I always save the heroic for the kind of the last thing in the area. Oh, he respawned already. Yeah, so whatever that timing was, I could go back and look. That's a pretty quick respawn, though. All right, so into the hive we go. Now, this is in an instance, so I'm the only one that will be in here. Now, if somebody else wants to do this mission, they'll have their own copy. So once you cross that threshold, the game will divide us into 2 different versions, 10 different versions, 100 different versions of this exact same content. So we all get our own copy of it. That way we can meet the requirements and do the things that we need to do without anybody kind of disturbing or interrupting or making it so that we can't complete the mission. So sometimes, like if you have to collect something but it doesn't respawn, you know, you have to be able to be the only one that collects it. So. On this one, I think we have to set bombs and all kinds of weird stuff that is kind of a one-off thing. Alright, so we'll fight our way in and then bomb our way out, because right now we can't interact with these. You notice my cursor doesn't change. So we have to meet the first requirement, which is investigate. So our form of investigation is shoot our big gun. Alright, we're going to stack right on top of him. So we are both here, because now you'll notice that we get these spawns that in this kind of an instance are called adds. They are things that are part of the encounter that add enemies to the fight, right? So if we stack on top of him when we do our area attack, we get both the area on him and the area on the adds that come in. Not fighting very... I interrupted it, and so we only got one ad. That's not too bad. Alright. We are eating some damage from somewhere. Might be from that stuff. Not sure. Usually that fight goes a little faster. Not sure what I did different or wrong this time. So now you'll notice that, you know, what we call a trigger happened. You know, the end of the fight triggers the next phase, which is to set these explosives. So now we can interact with these things. Trigger is definitely a term that you've heard me use quite a bit. Trigger boxes. It's just basically a way for the game to know it's supposed to do something else. We have events linked to those. So, you know, like this event is... Like if I left click, nothing happens, but on right click, it shows the little animation there, and then it finishes the mission. I think we only have to set 5 of these, and that mission is done. And we're not even going to bother leaving. We are going to head over to the next area, which is the farms. Oops, sorry, smacked the microphone. Don't know what that sounded like in your headphones. Alright, so Area 3, rinse and repeat. We're going to do the same thing that we've done. This one's a Heroic 4. That one's rough. That one is a rough fight. It is soloable. I have lived through it on one fight before on occasion. I'm rusty enough that I doubt I will in this particular case. I'm pretty sure we're going to die. Okay. So we're going to do something a little interesting here. I've done this in a bunch of different areas on this particular mission. It has to do with the way the game codes things. So, if you look at these little guys, we are going to use these serums on them. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to test to see if we can make them friendly. So I'm just going to work my way, cooldown after cooldown, through these guys, because there's a weird thing that happens, and that is once you're successful, it resets the spawn. It confuses the spawner. So let's see if we can get one to take here. We failed 3 times there. We might have to fight them. Poor M1's gonna die if we're not careful here. Let's see if this works. There we go. Okay, M1 did die, but on that 4th one, it actually worked. And so what happened is the guy switched from red to green, but then that resets that spawn. And it happens on all of them. So, you know, it's not really an exploit. I haven't found that, like, if I go over to that spawn and do it, or that spawn and do it, it does the exact same thing. Now, if we're really lucky and we get it on the first try, the whole spawn would have reset. So we'll try it again here. I suppose I could just kill them all and move on to a different one, but it really doesn't matter. Yep, there's 2. So this is going a little slower than normal. Okay, so that one triggered, right? So this is a weird fight. It didn't used to do this a while ago. If I remember at one point that, you know, okay, so he's gonna go, bink, but they all disappear. I mean, there's nothing you can do about it. So, and I thought it used to not be that way. I thought only just the single guy would disappear, and then you'd have to fight the rest, which makes a lot more sense. But something changed on the back end at some point, and this is the way it works now. So it's a little weird, but it is what it is. I've tried it on like sometimes it'll be just like, well, maybe it's just this group that's broken. But I've tried it on a bunch of different groups in this area and it get the same results. It's just the way this mechanic works now. Oh, so when they grow big like that, it means that your little serum failed. Oh, come on, M1, you can live. We might have to kill these guys. Yep, I think we're gonna have to kill them. M1's dead. So we'll clear this spawn out. And now we'll have to move over to another group, because these guys will now go through their natural respawn timers and stuff, as opposed to that weirdly interrupted one. But that's okay. Alright, we'll dismiss him. So you dismiss, instead of just resurrecting him, if you dismiss and recall him, he'll be at full health. Which makes life a little bit easier. We'll go ahead and knock out a couple more turrets because they have now respawned. And we might last longer over here because the turrets... Now one of two good or bad things could happen here. Right, the turrets might start attacking. Yep, there we go. Oh, now is this one not doing it? It might be because the turrets attacked that it confused it. I don't know for sure. We'll go try another spawn and see. I'm all for experimentation, even though we're trying to show a speedy run through this, but... Alright, let's head over to this group. This time we won't pull the turrets in. We'll try to do it over here. So let's pop that one with the serum. Yep, see? So this group's doing the same thing. So I thought that was the normal behavior for the... So maybe the turret fighting broke something? I'm not sure. Alright, so that mission's done. And what do we need? 3 more turrets. Have our ones up there. Yep, those are available now. So we should be able to pop these, and I think that clears this section. We do still have some missions over here to deal with. Okay, so this is clear. Our heroic is up here. So in this case, we could manually travel up to that. I'm going to go ahead and quick travel with the heroic travel. Then we'll do the outside mission first. Then we'll go in and do the heroic second. Alright, so there's our heroic. We'll come into that later. This one, our farms are on fire. So we're going to play firefighter. Now, if somebody gets here before you and puts all these out, I think you can go down in here, in that piping down here. I think there's some fires down there as well. I can't remember.
It's not your time.
There we go. Fires are out. We've done our good deed there. Into the instance we will go. Now this one's rough. So notice this one says Heroic 4. So this is designed, you know, Heroic 2s in the original names were designed for 2 players. Heroic 4s were designed for 4. Most Heroic 2s are easily soloable, so it's not that you need 2 players. I missed one of the guys. Heroic 4s can be rough. So, you know, like that hold the line one that we did on Section X. I could have fought my way through all of those, and it's not too terribly bad. This one, on the other hand, you can't work your way from spawn to spawn. It is just a wave rush machine of enemies coming in on top of you, and it can be a little bit rough. I'll show you how I've gotten past it in the past. I have a feeling that my rust is going to be high enough that I won't be able to do it without dying once. Now, the nice thing is, because this is inside of an instance, if we die, the enemies will reset. So any that are partially hurt or killed will go ahead and reset themselves. But any that we have killed, as far as progress goes, will still be killed. So we don't have to worry about starting over. So we might take a death. We shall see. Okay, so once we kill this guy, I'm going to go ahead and loot. Because once we kill this guy, then kind of the second phase of this is going to affect. This isn't too bad. But I want to make sure that I'm ready to go for the second phase. We're also going to run away and see what happens. So I'm going to let my energy recharge. We're going to get our kind of selves, make sure all of our cooldowns are hit. We're going to probably hit our heroic moment here, which will heal us and help us. There's lots of things we're going to try to do to pull this off. And we still might not make it. This is going to be a rough fight. Okay, we'll loot that. And then we're going to put our companion on passive and run away.
On my way.
And we're going to get back here. Okay, so here comes the second part of this fight. The Genosian attack. Now, I've got my companion on passive. And what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to grab... let's just fight these guys normal. We're going to grab these guys and we're running. And what I want to try to do is I want to try to stack as many of these guys up as I can to fight in an area attack, right? So I want to be able to fight these guys like this. Okay, now, looks like right now some of our helpers out there, the guys that are green, are attacking. Okay, so now we're going to get our companion back in this. We're going to hit our heroic moment. We're going to hit our defensives here. And we're going to try to knock some of this stuff out. Now, our goal here is to try to grab as much of the aggro onto us as we can. But also not stack on top of our companion there. Okay, we're going to hit that. Now our reflections heal us. So you can see all those kind of going out. I'm going to pull the aggro off our companion because he needs to heal. Alright, let's go ahead and hit that. We'll step outside of those. Hit that healer. And just see if we can live through this or not. This is pretty brutal. Has a lot of damage coming out. Alright, we'll drop that heal. Can't tell if our companion's taking okay, yep. Okay. So we got kind of the first wave. Now again, they're still fighting. We can revive. We'll get ourselves healed up. And they're basically going to slowly kill off these poor colonists. We're going to step away here a little bit. We'll do our recovery here. I don't think those colonists are going to live long enough for us to get alive again. Maybe. Let's go ahead and jump right back into this. That colonist is doing pretty well. Now, normally what I would do at that point is none of my defenses are off cooldown now. I've lost my heroic moment. You know, it's like I would basically just let all those cooldowns kind of run, but since that colonist is still alive, I wanted to see if I can... Okay, let's kill Roach. See if we can get Roach killed before I die here. Because then he... Nope. I was hoping I could get him killed before the respawn, so... this wasn't a very good pull. Now, if you die multiple times in a row... There we go. They killed the colonist. It increases this cooldown. So what we're going to do now is... Everybody that we've killed so far counts. So now we just have to finish it. I probably should have just waited. If I would have come back with all of my defensive cooldowns and everything active, we probably only would have died once. Rushing in like that to try to take advantage of the colonists still fighting was a strategy. Maybe a little over optimistic. So. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll get ourselves healed back up. We're going to let these things come off cooldown. Got 2 minutes left on that. I'm not worried about that one as much. We definitely want these back. Heroic moment would be nice. So while we're doing that, we'll go ahead and just drop our link in the chat. So we play Star Wars every Saturday from 10 to 2 in order to raise money for a group called Extra Life. Extra Life is a streamers donating time to get people to donate money for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. I locally play for Phoenix Children's, but there's Children's Miracle Network hospitals all over the United States, Canada, mostly United States and Canada, and territories and such like that. So if you follow the link in the chat, follow the link in the description, you will see my donation page. The big green button at the top says donate, and all the money goes to the Children's Miracle Network outside of their own internal processing and stuff like that. Okay, what do we got left? And we're going to go ahead and wait that out. That one I'm not concerned about. If you're just joining and haven't watched the whole series here, what we've been doing is running through daily areas. So we started with CZ, we went to Ziost, then we went to Rishi, and then Oricon, if I remember right. Then we jumped up to Black Hole in Section X. We knocked out Yavin 4, and we're about to wrap Ossus up here. We got one more small area. And then I think we'll probably still try to do Onderon, even though it'll run us over our time a little bit. All right, so now they're going to rush us a lot more this time because all the colonists are dead. And so they're not going to pull any aggro. But we're still going to try to do this the same way. We're going to go ahead and run around the back side of that building, try to get them to stack up so that we can fight them in groups and hopefully keep the aggro off of our healer.
It's not your time.
All right, so he knows he's still following me because he is on passive. I try to stack him up here. I like to try to stick him against the wall here. And then we'll have him attack, and then I'm going to pull these guys off. Because I want them on me and not on him. Because I can move out. Companions tend not to move out of danger. Oh man, he's taking way too much damage. I don't think I can save him. No. Okay, that was a bad pull. I screwed up. I didn't get these guys off him fast enough. That was bad. That one was my mistake. Okay, so we could return to the med center. Where would that be? That would be all the way back here, and we'd have to come all the way back. So we're just going to wait this out. Yeah, that was just... I just screwed that one up. His health should not have dropped that fast. So I missed a group. So what happened is I pulled the group that got on top of him, but another group kind of stacked up over here, and I didn't see him. And so he was eating too much damage. He couldn't heal through it. So, oh well. We're just going to go ahead and run again. I'm not going to wait for the heroic moment to come back. We'll heal ourselves back up and be a little more careful this time. So again, I haven't since 7.0 tried to do it. You know, the balance might be different now. In the old days, I could pull this off without dying. Not looking like I can do it anymore.
Acknowledged. On my way.
All right, let's see. Yeah, that's close enough that...
It's not your time.
All right, so we're going to drag him, try to stack him right here. Have him start attacking. And see if I can pull these guys off this way. Because if I can get the aggro on all these guys and pop that, now it's reflecting to all of them. And that also keeps us healed up. Okay, that was a little bit better pull. Holy cow. That was a big dump. All right, I'm hesitant to travel out. I don't know if the instance will reset or not if I travel out, so I really don't want to start this over. I think we killed some, but holy cow. I missed my defensives. I think we could have pulled that off if I would have hit these two defensives a little bit quicker. Okay, well, let's talk about what's left. Once we get through this beast of a thing, we have one more area, and that is over here, the Jedi Library. That heroic's a heroic too. It's pretty easy to get past. We have 2 scans to do, and I think 2 missions inside of that, and we'll definitely wrap that one up. So, other things. We're definitely looking for new things to try in the second half of 2022. The first half we spent getting through the origin story on our bounty hunter character that we set up for Extra Life specifically. But we're done. We wrapped up Corellia last week. So this week I tried something new. I'm just running through these daily areas. Then we're always looking for other things. So if you have any suggestions, things that you want to see, things you have questions about, definitely drop them down in the comments. Happy to run pretty much any kind of content. In general, I'll be doing solo stuff. It's much harder to stream and get a group of 8 people or 16 people together. Even a group of 4 people can be difficult. So I'm usually going to try to keep it in the realm of solo content because that is not dependent on other people. So I can just stream that. So, but anything you want to see, I'm happy to run through. I've probably got a character that has done most of it, or even debating starting a new story. I haven't ever played through like as a Dark Jedi. Both of my Jedi playthroughs were light side. So I've been tempted to start a Dark Jedi character, just because I haven't seen some of the dark options and stuff like that.
Acknowledged. On my way.
Oh, right. Oh, man. This is what's hurting us, I think. I think these guys are dumping lots. So let's do this. We're going to run over here. We're going to drop our drop our dot on that guy, so he's taking damage now. And then we'll see what we can do. Okay, we want to get them away from our healer. Pop our reflex. Try to stay away from all of that. Let's get our heroic moment going. Man, we are eating a lot of damage there. Holy cow. I don't remember it being quite that bad. Man, I ran through every defensive. Alright, well if this resets it, we may just skipping this. If it doesn't, it'll get us back a little quicker. Yeah, either something has changed, which is entirely possible in this fight, or the classes have changed. Now that part is actually true. Let's check something here. There is no, I've got my damage reduction on. Alright, well let's go back and see if this reset or not. Okay, didn't reset, so that's a good sign. 1, 2, 3. We didn't. I don't think we killed anything in that run. Alright, well, let's just see if we can wipe out some of these guys. We'll clear the low-hanging fruit first. See if we can get it to drop. Okay, did we even kill one of the spawns? Not sure. It's been a long time since I've had to figure stuff out. Yeah, I think we killed one of those spawns. So that'll help clear some of the incoming damage. So we might just eat a couple here. One thing we should probably check. Oh, you know what might have happened? No, I don't think my durability is an issue, but... Oh, that was bad. We're going to try to repair my armor. Alright, let's clear that spawn. Clear this guy. Let me do a little bit of running around here. Alright, let's get them on top of us instead of our companion. There we go. Kill that guy. Kill that guy. So what I'm trying to do now is clean up some of these low-level guys that are causing us some problems. Alright, that was the end of M1. Probably going to be the end of us. But if we can kill some of these low-level spawns, then we only have to deal with the... Okay, so I think we've cleared out most of that. We'll wait that one out. And now that that's cleared, we'll repair our gear, because that may be hurting us, but I don't see my gear icon has popped up, so we're okay there. We'll repair our gear, clean out these guys. Then we're only dealing with the strongs and such, but this has gone incredibly poorly. So like I said, it's been a long time since I've done this heroic 4. I'm trying to think if I've done it since the 7.0, and I may not have, at least not by myself. This is definitely one, if you pay attention to your chat, and I haven't seen anybody, so you can actually get people that are like looking for group on this particular fight. Oh, my field droid's on. cooldown now, so let's look at our gear. How bad is it? It's 20%. Alright. We've about got that one back, about got that one back, about got that one back. I think we'll, as soon as we get heroic moment, we're going to do the same thing that we just did. Kind of run out here in the middle. If I can keep them separated from my healer, things are a little bit better. So try to pull the aggro to me. Pop our heroic moment. I want to stay outside of those spinny things. See if we can knock those guys down. Get a little bit of reflective damage going out there. And then let's pick these guys and just start picking them off. Ouch. Am I not gonna get him killed? Oh my gosh. So that was bad because I was trying to just pick off one of these guys so that we'd be able to take less incoming damage. But that didn't work either. I do think we killed some of the normals though, so that means we will have less incoming damage. In we go again. Oh crap, what I should have done is repaired my gear while we were back there in the base. Alright, let's take out more of these normals. So the nice part is once you get through the waves of a particular enemy, then it's done, right? So if we can take out these normal spawns, you know, we're done with them. Alright, we are going to go back though, because I've got a... We're going to hit a point where if our gear is too torn up... let's go to this guy. That it's going to be bad. Yeah, 143,000 in repairs. But we'll get to the point where we're just taking too much damage because the gear's not working anymore. So now I think it has to get to 0 before that happens. So we were still probably fine, but better safe than sorry. Alright, well we've blown well past an optimized run here. Now it's stubbornness. We will get this. Okay, so what do we got left? We got 4 strongs, 2 golds, and 1 normal dude. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and take him out. And I got stunned. And now we're gonna pull our companion out of that mess. And then turn him back loose on that guy. And then try to pull aggro off of our companion. Pull aggro off of him from there. Ooh, that was close. Okay. I think we've got the normals killed, so now we're going to try to take out some of these strongs. I think we're going to get that guy. Give ourselves a defensive boost there. Alright, he dropped. Let's see if we can get that one. Drop a heal on ourselves. So we're trying to stay out of sight of those circle attacks as well. Those right there. Those are bad. Alright, let's get a defensive up there. Not sure if we're gonna last much longer. I think we killed a couple strongs. We killed the rest of the normals. If we can last 13 more seconds, I'll get another heal. Oh, we were 1 second away. All right, I think we're over the hump now, though. I think with a heroic moment, get our defensive backs here. We're on the second wave of those, but our normals are gone. This is probably doable now. I don't remember the last time I had this much trouble with this particular fight. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna probably should have thought of this earlier. We're gonna put him in stun. So it'll just be less incoming damage. Okay, let's pull all the aggro to us. So there's a strong down. Back to another strong. Okay, so see another one. So there's multiple ways of the strongs coming in there. Alright, let's get our heroic moment going. Drop some more damage on their heads like that. Now let's get off of him. Okay, I need to get back to that guy right there. Come on. Okay, we dropped him. Let's drop that guy right there. Okay, we're down to 3. Yay. The golds don't have a second wave, but they're going to take a lot longer to kill. If we can knock out these strongs, then this fight won't be too bad. Although admittedly, we have crossed the line into frustration and embarrassment. Don't know if it's me or the game that has changed that makes this was never easy. To solo this was always a pain with maybe a death or two, but holy cow. Can't say I remember the last time it gave me this much trouble.
It's not your time.
Alright, as soon as we have that guy, so we're gonna do the same thing. We're gonna drop a stun on that guy, and then we're gonna run. Come on, M1.
On my way.
And come back over here. Get the fight going this way. Alright. See if we can push this hard. Yeah, the incoming damage on this just seems way worse than it used to be. So, I don't know. Something's changed, or classes have changed, or just the balance. Because we are dropped down. Right, if you look, we're capped at level 70, I think, in this. But combination of all of that has definitely made it tougher. I want to kill that strong if I can. Okay. Got 2 more that have spawned. Okay, so now I think we can go in. Should be able to attack the 2 strongs that are left, and they won't respawn anymore. And then we can just concentrate on the... Once we get down to those 2 elites, we'll be fine. I would almost join somebody at this point if they put up the looking for group message. Okay, those will come off cooldown quick enough. Okay, here we go. We'll split our damage here a little bit. We'll let M1 eat that 1 strong. That we don't want him to eat though. So we'll get his attention again. So we use that unity thing. It also helps your companion. Increases their defense. Oh, there's another one that spawned. Holy cow. If we can knock these strongs out, then we'll be fine. A lot of times, so we're just kind of kiting him around, kind of like, imagine like a string between me and the roach, and I just fly him around like a kite. All right, let's go ahead and we'll have our companion stun the other guy. All right, I think we've got this finally handled, so let's do a debrief. What did we do wrong? Well, first off, we started by trying to do 4-player content by ourselves. Probably not what we want to do. Now, if I wanted to do that, where's it at? Here we go. This weekly, get 3 heroics done. You don't have to do those all on the same day. So I could come back tomorrow and do the easier heroic that we already did and get the 3. So you can skip this one if you want. Mostly this was just turned into stubbornness just to make sure we could do it. Something has changed, or something in the game systems has changed to where I'm either squishier, so I take more damage than I used to. I'm not putting out as much damage. It could just be my rustiness. Could be that the mechanics has changed. So going from 80 down to 70 for this planet, those systems might have changed. I don't know, but it definitely feels harder than it used to. Like I said, I regularly soloed that with usually a death or 2, but that was brutal. All right, well, it's about to get way easier now. So first off, you see these fights are going on. You can completely skip these. Now, the one thing you want to be careful of is if you come up on a fight like that, that's kind of a pre-scripted fight, the NPCs will still do area attacks. And if an enemy hits you with an area attack, it's still going to draw you into combat. So as you're going past those, you want to make sure that you give them a little bit of room. So here's our last 2 macro binocular scans. So we'll knock these out. So those are done. And now we're going to head inside. Now we're going to go to the right here because the heroic is on the left, but we have our quick travel that we can go and get that. So like here, right? Like I want to make sure, as I'm coming into some of these fights that we don't we don't accidentally get ourselves sucked into an area attack.
It's not your time.
Okay, so compared to what we just did, this is gonna be a cakewalk. Even the heroic in here is gonna be relatively easy. These are probably two of the hardest until we get to the heroic. So we're back into the lazy form of fighting. Okay, so what we're going to do is we got two things on this side that we're going to do. We're going to dig up these little rubble piles. They will sometimes spawn an enemy that we have to fight. And then we have to click on that thing. Just a normal. So again, almost one cycle there. Pretty much took care of it. So again, we're going to try to skip as many of the spawns as we can. They're keeping each other busy. Oh, no spawn on that one. That's nice. And again, we'll stay wide just in case there's an area attack that kicks in there. So what we're doing is we're shoveling the rubble off the top of the artifact. That's what that little animation is trying to portray. Been pretty lucky. We've only had to fight for one of these. And I jinxed myself there. Okay, something else that happened there. Oh, no, we can still see it there. As I say, sometimes the animation gets interrupted. You might run into some problems. Since we were standing on top of it and it dropped out below our feet, that might have broken the animation. But I think we're okay. Only had to fight two. That's not too bad. So that's the end of that one. Now we'll work our way into this little temple area. I think we have to recover lightsabers and then fight a guy, which is also pretty straightforward. And then we'll knock out our heroic. This has definitely put a slowing to our progress. As far as we spent a lot of time on that heroic. Okay, so we'll just work our way around the outside edge here. Same thing here. As we click on these little things, sometimes it will spawn ads or enemies. Sometimes it won't. So we'll deal with what we have to deal with. And hope for a little luck. We're due some luck. After that last fight.
I'm glad you share my enthusiasm.
Alright, there's somebody else in here with us. Look to be a stealther. So this is where, you know, again, if you get yourself in a situation where
Your time.
there's multiple people trying to do the same thing, for fights, it's not a big deal. Like I said, you can tag things. For things like this, where we're both trying to click the same thing, it can be a little annoying. But we're alright. We'll go ahead and knock these droids out. Bring him back to us. We're going to have M1 come over to us. So we don't have to chase the other droids. Oh, he must have killed them or they despawned. Alright. Now we'll put him back on. So this fight's a little weird. It's actually not too terribly hard unless you forget to interrupt. I think it's Force Quake is what this guy uses, and it will rip you up. It's pretty nasty. So so that Force Quake right there does a lot of damage from my memory. But as long as we got it interrupted, I think we'll be okay. Hopefully he doesn't drop another one on our head here. Yep. So pretty straightforward, but that Force Quake puts out a lot of damage. Okay, so now we can use our quick travel, which is going to put us over here, right back at the entrance where we were before. So we can go inside the instance and take care of the next heroic. Now this is in a heroic area again, heroic 2 this time, not heroic 4, which should make life a little bit easier. Still want to be somewhat careful because it is elevated as far as difficulty goes. But as long as we follow most of our rules, kill the normals, try to keep the aggro, kill the strongs. It's just not in that heroic 4. It's not that any of those guys were that hard. It was just the fact that you're fighting so many of them, and that amount of damage output is just horrible. Also, I'm a DPS. That fight can be easier if you have a tank character, just because of the damage reduction that they take. So, you know, if you want to solo it, it might be easier to solo on a tank. If you do it the way it was intended, which is 4 players, you have a tank who is absorbing all the damage. Then you have 2 DPS that are picking people off, and the healer who's keeping the tank alive. It's a much, much easier fight that way. If I did it as a tank, survivability would probably go up, but it would take longer to kill everything. Because your tank DPS is definitely going to be rougher.
Yavin was amazing.
Oh, thank you. I'm guessing that's a Darth Hinton donation. Let me look up here. Go to our donation tab. It was. Yeah, I like Yavin. Yavin's kind of a cool planet. Oricon's all lava-y, so it's not as fun. Voss, parts of Voss are that way as well. Although the Nightmare Lands are not. They're kind of gross. I'm trying to think of other planets. Onderon kind of has that more lush look, although it does have mountains and snow as well. It's not a bad looking planet in the game. Is he healing? I bet you he's the healer and I just didn't pay attention. Yep. So I should have killed him first because he was healing those guys that was trying to fight. So that donation puts us at 905. Making good progress. Alright, so we're going to do some skipping here. We're just going to climb over top of this rubble and skip some of these spawns. We have to fight him because we need him for the kill the 3 leaders. This fight, I often drag around the corner here. Just to make sure they're all nice and grouped up. And that way we can use our area attacks to knock him down. See if we need more healers. Is that commander a healer? Yep, interrupt that heal. And then we'll take him out first. Well, after we kill the normal. So, in that case I didn't have an interrupt, but I went ahead and used my knockback just to try to interrupt his action. But yeah, so kind of figured it. We didn't stream in January or February, so we started in March. We have a goal of 2,500, which means this is Ossus. It's like it's not a bad planet. It's got a bunch of Jedi ruins and stuff on it. But as far as, you know, outside stuff, it's got some nightmare sections. It's got some more tropical looking sections. It's mostly a daily area planet. It's designed to do what we're just kind of doing. It's like there's a bit of a story on it when you first come to it, but once you do that, it's a lot smaller than many of the planets. All right, we're just gonna let the assassins beat up on M1 over there. Let's give him some help. We'll give him some defenses. You can do it, M1. Hang in there. I'll help you in a second. All right, go ahead and pull them off of him. Yeah, Yavin's a great planet, though. And the story on Yavin is kind of cool as well. It's linked to Revan. It's part of the Revan arc that happens in the game. But anyway, so, you know, just doing the quick math on it. So that's 10 months. 10 months of gaming. If we average 250 a month, we'll hit our 2,500. Probably didn't need to pull this group, honestly. That's right. So, based off of that, we are 4 months in and hit 900. So, we're close. What would we have needed? 250. We would have needed 1,000 to be on pace. So we're right in the pocket of where we want to be. And plus, we still have some of our big game events coming up at the end of the year, and those tend to be higher than average months. So I think we're doing all right. And we do have to fight that guy. Do the commander first because I believe he's a healer. So we'll do that knockback, and that'll interrupt him the first time. We'll do our actual interrupting the second time. You might get a third heal off before we kill him. Be close. Yep. Yeah, we got him before the fourth one hit. Not too bad. So events that are coming up. We've got, I'm not sure how much I'm going to participate. There is a board game event in August, I believe. But we might do something different for that stream. I don't know for sure yet. Still kind of talking to the team to see what they want to do. Then we've got a tournament that we're going to be hosting for Phoenix Children's in September. And then obviously November 5th, that's our big game day event. So second half of the year has a lot of stuff going on. This guy's mostly tank and spank. Not too worried about anything. We're going to try to plop our healer down over there, though. And we're going to separate ourselves because he does have a couple of moves that put some things on the ground. So these circles here, right? And so we don't want to drop those on our healer's head because we can run out of them. Our healer got one. Yeah, maybe not. So for the most part for this fight, we mostly just want to stay away from our healer so that those things don't get stacked up on top of him. And then we just burn him down until he has no health left. Need to pay attention. That one. I need to interrupt that revivification because that's his heal. That'll make things go a little quicker. Oh, missed that one. But again, like many of these fights, it's not that he's that dangerous. It just takes a while to. I don't remember what that is. Oh, that was the circle thing. So we'll just interrupt that. Interrupt that one with a knockback. And then we'll try to get his next heal with our interrupt. There we go. So he didn't heal. Although I'm out of interrupts now, so at least for another 18 seconds. That one gets back. Nope, not in time. Just gonna get that one off. So all that does is slow down. I mean, we're still damaging faster than he's healing himself, but just makes it slower. There we go. Whew. That was a rough planet. Okay. But that is the end of Ossus. I'll go ahead and we'll travel back to the starting area just so Darth Hinton can see what this planet looks like. It's much more barren though. It's not quite as lush and tropical as Yavin 4. There you go. So we got little farms and stuff, but not as pretty. A little more sandy and dirty. But it does have water. There we go. Not sure if that is appropriate. My droid's just looking at me like I'm insane. Alright, took a little longer than I thought, but we have one more to go, and Onderon actually is, while a little longer, not hard. So let's go ahead. You might like Onderon. Onderon's a little more tropical and regal. So this is kind of like, it's got a royalty kind of bend to the story when you do the story here. Definitely has some jungly stuff if you like jungles. Okay, so same general pattern here. So this is the new, that's the new system, new conversation system. It's a little bit different. I just skipped through it. I think there's another one here that we'll talk to somebody. We'll go a little slower. Same thing here though. We're going to grab the daily, daily. I think these are all dailies. Now there's a lot of them, but these go pretty quick. So let's see. Does this one have a conversation?
Commander, we've been tracking.
Yeah. So this is the old conversation version. Okay. So we're kind of in the little city center here, right? You know, kind of a temple-y thing. There's one mission in here, and then everything else is out in the jungle. So, but this one flows pretty quick. While there are a lot of missions, they're all pretty small in scope. You fight something, you kill it, you move on, type of thing, and no heroics. So we'll be thankful for that. All right, so this first one, we have to cut over here. There's a couple of instances we need to go into. This will be our first one. So we've got both the fight. We have to kill Big Bantha Ban there. And then there's also a nice bonus mission for getting these crates. Alright. Now we'll concentrate on Big Bantha. Now there is, I think, a glitch that you'll normally run into here. And it's in this next fight right here. Sometimes these guys will get stuck in the wall. And you may not be able to see them to fight them. We'll see if they made it their way out. But if you find that happens, what you can do is you can do an area attack like this and get them. Or if you just highlight them and get your companion to attack them, they ignore walls and they'll kill them for you. So if you ever get that where somebody's stuck or you can't see them, sometimes they'll get stuck under the ground. You won't see them. Things like that can happen. So area attacks and companion attacks will get you through those. Alright, take out the turrets, take out, who do we got next? Sima Vilo. And so what we're doing is something along the lines of putting down these miscreants, bad people, and then you'll notice that their guard comes in to take care of the rest for us. So that was nice of them. All right, out of this instance we go. and into another instance over here, which has the last guy. So we'll grab the spawns. The guy we need, I think, is in that section over there. So we'll take these guys out. But if you've watched the whole video, or you want to go back and watch the first 15 minutes, take a look at how long these Onderon and Ossus and even Yavin have taken compared to our CZ run, right? So we're not going to bother with those guys up here because there's our last guy, Chuckles. Chuckles Candrus is the last guy we need to take out here. Come back here. See, there's our Onderon enemies, although we're not to version 2 yet. Once you get to 25, then it kicks into version 2. Alright, so that one's done. Now we head out of the kind of the palace area here. Oops, let me go this way. And out into the wilderness. So if we look at the overall map here, you know, we got our little palace, but the rest of this is all wilderness. And we're going to travel through a good chunk of this to get through the dailies. The nice part is they stack up on each other pretty easily. So here is this planet. Yeah, you got a little more lush and tropical going on. And I might have to check. We might have to make a setting change here. So we have to find things like this on the ground. So if you're having trouble finding those, something that you can do is if you come in here to your graphics and you come down here, you can turn down like tree quality and grass quality. So now if you'll notice, so like look in this section right here, you really see it. I'm going to go back in there and I'm going to turn my grass quality back up. Get this out of the way. Let's kind of... Okay, so look at this section right here. So if I turn my grass quality all the way back up, see how much more grass, there's actually physical grass there now, right? Whereas if I turn that all the way down, it all goes away and it gets flat. Sometimes you'll find these things are hard to find. This one's not too bad because there's not a lot of grass around it. But if they get stuck down in that grass, making these changes can make your life a little bit easier when you're trying to find these. So we're going to keep it on right now just because I like the way it looks. But if I ever do catch myself like, oh, I know there's something here that I need to find, making that adjustment can make your life a little bit easier. Like, you know, if it was down inside of this area, right? You know, so if I go in there and I say, okay, let's turn this down. Let's turn this down. And if you want to get drastic, you could even start turning some of this other stuff down. But now it's easier. It's easier to see, you know, down with your ground clutter and stuff like that. So if you do catch yourself having trouble finding some of those ground clickables, that can help. I've really only ever run into that on this planet. Everything else seems to be okay. So, and there's only like 2 quests that do that. So I don't think it'll be a huge issue, but it can get a little bit thick at times. All right, we're going to jump into this cave. Same thing on this one. If you run Onderon and you have a different path than what I use here, please feel free to share it. I'm definitely interested in how you do stuff because the travel path itself has as much to do with how fast we get through these planets than the actual missions. So I come down here and I grab this lower cave first, and I'll show you why here in a second. There is a temple in the inside that we're going to have to fight in. And what I do is I kind of sneak in the back door of that temple. So by going this way, so I now travel down this path and there's another cave down here. This is a Imperial base, so we're going to stay away from that. We just don't want to draw aggro. So then we come in this cave, which is on the back side of the of that middle section. So if you look at the main map, like you can come up and around here and enter in, but we're sneaking through the back cave here to get to here, and then we're going to flow up this way. So I kind of do a backwards S as far as the path I take. I've found it pretty efficient, but if you have a different route that you like, definitely share it down in the comments. The more we can help each other out, the quicker some of this content gets. The funny part is we're going to do the first 2 parts of this quest, and then we're not going to touch this quest again until the very last quest on the planet, given the route that I go. Now, if you did this differently, you know, if you kind of went up this way, and went up this way, you know, that's where it ends. But because I make this like reverse S, I go away from it and I come down and I finish on it. All right, so 2 of 3 are done there. And then we want to head this way. So this will open us up into the back side of this next little section, and the thing we need to click on is right here. So we get a little torch. We stick it on our back, I believe. There we go.
Into their lair and light the ceremonial pyre. Be quick about
So
it,
we're now going to
the torch will
challenge
go out
their
in a couple of
warrior.
minutes.
Skip as much of these guys as we can. Shouldn't have any trouble hitting our 75 kills for this. So there's two different missions in here. We're going to go do the ceremonial pyre one first. It's inside of an instance, so you don't have to worry about waiting or anything for spawns. You just have to click on this. Champion is there. Fight the champion. Not sure how fair or honorable it is to fight their champion with a healer that's doing all of my healing for me. Would have been kind of cool, just from a mission design, if they would have had they had one companion as well as part of the fight. But all right, so that knocks that one out. And now we'll head the other direction. So on the other side, here's another instance. Inside of this we go. This one's not too bad. A number of groups that we'll have to fight here, but we'll work our way over to the little cage. What are we letting go? Little beasts of some kind. Ugh, hitting the wrong counter. Alright, let's take those 2 guys out. So another trick, if you highlight an enemy and double click on your key that does the area attack, it'll center the area attack around that guy. So if you have somebody that they're all surrounding, that works nicely. For most of those attacks, I don't even think it has to be an enemy. So if you're running group content, a trick that I'll use is I'll find the main tank for our side, and I'll highlight and select him, and I'll do my area attack on him. If he's getting attacked by a whole bunch of melee, NPCs, they'll just surround him, and then so that I'm getting all the area attacks for that. Works pretty well. All right, couple in this room. I shall knock out. And then we have a couple of beasts to kill, I think. And that'll be the end of this one. And then we'll start on the upper side of our S. So same thing here, right? I highlight that middle guy, and I can just spam my F3 key, and it'll just keep placing it right at his feet. Unless I run out of energy. There we go. Just letting M1 do the work. Alright, 5, 6. There's 6 of 6 of those. Take out these guards at the door. And then we go into the last little section here. Now what I normally do is I'll come over and I'll start on this guy. He's the strong. Then I'll drop that attack on him, which knocks the other one down. Then it's just a matter of cranking out. So I've got my area attack on the strong, and it's hitting the other two guys, and then back to single attack since we killed the models. And now that one's done. So out of the temple we go. Now as you leave the temple, if you paid attention on the way in, there's a spawn right here on the right hand side. We don't want to fight those, we just, or sorry, left hand side. We just cut right and just ignore those. Now, here's where it gets a little weird. So all of these things are ground clickables, and they'll go all the way up and around here. They're not too terribly hard to find. But if you look at them, they've got just like a range that you have to find them in. So it can get a little annoying. We'll see if we can find one right away. I think these are like yellow boxes. I thought, yep. So here's an example, right? That yellow box is in there. Now if I go back in, and we lower our grass quality back down. Okay, so there's the clickable. You can see how much easier it is to spot, right? So if you are having trouble clicking on those, by turning that grass quality down, it just makes it way easier to find. If you turn bloom off, I think it'll make it worse. Because I don't think it'll glow as much. Oh, that's interesting. There we go. Huh. Not sure why it reverted to... I'd say it's about the same. Bloom is it makes the... I'm going to click on that, so I think it'll respawn. Bloom will make things glow more.
It's not your time.
Probably shouldn't do that during combat, but we'll let M1 take care of us. Alright, broke the grass quality again, so we'll fix that. Probably shouldn't be changing all your graphic settings during combat. Okay. Oh, M1, you did not make very good progress for us. Looks like that one has respawned for us, though. I think if you get the NPCs that spawn, the thing will come back. If they don't, I think you have to go find another one. Might be wrong there. But I think if the NPCs spawn, it despawns that little item, and then you can just reuse that same square. So now we're going to kind of head this direction. Yep, there's another one. So that should clear this mission. Yep. Yeah, so notice that the thing went away because we got a spawn. So if you're lucky enough to have to fight, you can actually get through that quicker. Okay, so now we're moving forward. These aren't as bad. The next ones are little glowy objects on the ground, and so they're a little easier to see. So the grass isn't as big of an issue there. And I can't remember if there is a... So there, this is what we're looking for. Get through the bushes and stuff. Yeah, maybe a little bit. You can see it's like a little scanner there on the ground. One thing that is true though is there's a lot of these low-level plants. So if I bring my camera out, right, like the trees and stuff, it can be a little bit hard to see through stuff. So mess around with your camera angle and your camera zoom can be helpful. Like if I zoom down closer here, it can be easier to find these little things. Oh, I probably shouldn't have blown that one up. I was going to look to see if turning off our grass would help on that one. Yes, you know, this one's not too bad. You know, it's like pretty much out in the open. So. Alright, so we gotta find 6 of those. And kill the guys that are standing around them. And then we move on. Then we're back to some ground stuff. I think we have to find more of those green circles that we already found. So interesting enough, like we came out and found that first green circle.
You should investigate to see what they're up to.
Then the next one is up here. Right, so you're supposed to chase the beast, but we came down around here and then we picked the trail back up. So, all right, let's get down to the beach here. Not a bad looking little beach. There's our little city that we came from. They're flying kites, you know, all kinds of good stuff going on. Take out the medic first. I believe that would be a war crime here on Earth, but we are not on Earth. We are on Onderon. They have no such rules. Now again, like, I just ate that flamethrower. If I was doing group content or playing a little smarter, you know, when you get a cone attack like that, you should probably move out of it. Right, there's one. Oh, cool. There's a couple over here. There's 4. See if we can get this one without pulling aggro. We'll sneak up on it slowly. There we go. Won't aggro those guys. That's nice. Thought I saw another one up here on the hill. Slide in behind these guys. Oh, right. What are we at for our kill total, though? Oh, yeah, we're doing fine. 22. Okay, while we were fighting those, one of the guys dropped a something, I don't remember, which is the next leg of a mission up here. So, slide in back here. Take out the medic. Sorry, medic. And then we have to go up into that little cave, which is an instance. And we'll meet up with a guy. I believe he is also a commando.
You shouldn't be it.
Or is it a girl? Could be a girl. So one thing I do actually like about this particular game is, like, based on the armor, you can't tell. Now some of the armors, you know, you can tell gender, but a lot of them it's like, nope, it's just armor. It's going to be on the outside of your body anyway. So yeah, we got definitely kind of a commando versus commando fight going on here. They're pulling all their defenses, but they don't have a healer. Full auto is the same as our Bolt Storm. Bolt Storm is just the upgraded version of it. Explosive round, we have that one. There's explosive round. So it's kind of cool to see the same move set. Alright, so that's that one. So now we're kind of back to picking up the trail of the beast. I usually try to avoid that spawn and just drop down there. Oh, we got nice and lucky. So there's our green circle again. Not too hard to spot that one. And so you notice that circle just keeps working its way up. There's the next one of those. But we're going to run into a whole nother mission before we get there. So I kind of like it, though, because the tracking of the beast mission basically just leads you along. So, alright, this one's a really very little combat in this next one. It's mostly about finding the right clickable things. And I just saw somebody leave, which always makes me nervous because I think the first one's in here. Oh, there we go. So now you'll see the circle move. So now we're just chasing the circle and trying to find the clickies. So our next one is up here. And they only put them in a couple of different places. So I think one spawns there. I think another one spawns down here. Yep. But it can vary a little bit from run to run. So once you do it a few times, you know, you'll start to remember where they are. There it is. Okay, so now we've done that, we go back to the other side of the crashed ship. So if you look here, this is a ship that has crashed. So we were inside the kind of the cargo hold here of the ship. And then there's usually one down around here. Now, obviously, they all have these messages. There's a whole story here that I am completely ignoring. You know, again, if you're running these as just like a daily thing you've done over and over again, you're probably not going to bother to read these things. But first time you do it, you know, they tell a little story. And all right, we knocked out a bunch of stuff there. All right, I think we've got, what do we got? 3 left? 1, 2, 3, 4 left. All right, so we're heading back now to our next tracking the beast spot. And then we've got to capture some creatures, kill some Mandalorians, and then we'll wrap up with the... Oh, wow, we got really lucky. These were pretty easy to find today. Sometimes those will be just kind of stuck in a spot that's hard to find. So then we'll wrap up with that inside the cave thing that we've already done a couple of. So, all right, so on this one, what we're looking for is feral, whatever these things are. Now, you want to be a little bit careful with these. If you dump too much damage on top of them, they'll die. You have to get them down to 50% health. So I'm going to go to a nice, easy attack, and then you have to click on this little thing here. But you don't want to kill it, and so now it's gone. See, it's gone blue for us. Then there's cages in here. There's one over there. We'll go ahead and kill some of these hunters. There's a bonus mission to kill the hunters. So what I normally do is I normally just do kind of a counterclockwise loop. Right, so here's one of the first cages. So we just run inside of here. And that caged up our feral one. Kill some more hunters, grab another feral, put it in a cage, kill some more hunters, grab another feral, put it in a cage, and we are done. So same thing, you know, we'll push this guy. Don't put any dots on him or anything like that. And then we want to make sure we get this off. Now we're running with a healer, so theoretically he probably shouldn't kill it. They are strongs and they do okay. So we'll trample through the woods here. I'll let that feral chase us. I'm hoping he'll stay with us long enough to drop this guy off. Don't think you can have more than one at a time. But now we can grab him as our third. There we go. Now, we've only got 5 of 8 on our bonus, so we want to make sure we complete the bonus before we drop this third one off. Because if you have a bonus mission and you finish the primary mission, it doesn't give you a chance to finish the bonus. It'll just go away. Right? Now, that's only true if the mission ends in the wild. If you're running a mission where you have to go and turn it in, you can do that. Like, I could turn all 3 of these in, and then if I have to go back to the main city and talk to somebody, I could still finish the bonus mission. But if I walk in here, Once this mission complete hits, the bonus mission goes away. So you wouldn't have a chance to complete it. So mostly on these dailies, you definitely want to make sure that you're getting your bonus missions done ahead of time. I used to go up here and drop down that backside just to try to avoid having to fight these guys, but we'll see if we can just get out of here without getting knocked off our speeder. Yep, there we go. No! Did not make it. That's alright. Oh, sure, yeah, you guys should come around the corner and fight us as well. It's your funeral. There we go. But you can jump up here. Now, there are sections up here on this little plateau that are what are called exhaustion zones, which means it'll just start killing you. So you have to get off of there quick enough. But other than that, it's not too bad. Alright, I normally just drop off the cliff here. So we have the last part of our tracking the beast mission. So we've tracked him through the underbrush to this location. There it is. So gotta find these little green clickies. I'm gonna go ahead and click that, and then I'm gonna get out of this underbrush. So I'm gonna come back here, and we'll draw him out. So it's just easier to see. I don't have to worry about picking up the spawns and stuff like that. Not a hard fight, but so this will end our, tracking the beast mission with all those little green circles. There we go. Now I can't remember if these guys count over here, so let's see. So the next one is to fight Mandalorians. I don't think these hunters are in the right group. We'll see. See if they drop anything yellow for us. Yep, they did. Nice. Got a bonus one there. But mostly, there's a little camp here across the lake that we're going to head to. So, again, we're at 43 of 50. So I'm not overly concerned about having enough kills. I'm going to get right into the center of the camp. We'll worry about these outside guys later. This one does have a bonus mission. The bonus mission is based off of clickables. There's not a lot of them for this particular mission. So if you are fighting with other people around, they can be a little bit of a pain. Now these are, again, they're bonus. So it's not critical, that you get these things. But if you do want to complete the bonus, it's good to get them early. That's 5. We're in pretty good shape now. Now there is a named elite in here, Mira Locke. We're going to avoid him. Really, what we're looking for now are these yellows. Now the other thing here, same thing applies. If we get all of our yellows before we get our bonus mission done here, then we would lose that bonus mission. Alright, so now it's just a matter of killing Mandalorians until we get enough of the whatever we're collecting. What are we collecting? Loot armor. Ooh. Oh, yep, that one had one. There we go. Nope, that was just tech fragments. Alright, so now we'll just kind of work our way out from the center. Now that we've got all the bonus items, we can just kind of fight guys. There's some spawns up that way. There's some spawns down this way. And then obviously the ones in this camp will eventually respawn, but we'll hope we get nice and lucky, and these guys are carrying a lot of armor. There's one. I think you can get more than one in a spawn, but I might be wrong. Let's see if we get lucky. There's 2. Come on, give us a 3rd. Oh, nice. Oh, it'll only give us 2. That one was tech fragments. So, well, we got 3 yellows. wasn't the 3 yellows that we wanted. One more spawn. One more spawn should do it. That should do it, unless it's tech fragments. There we go. Knocked that one out. Even had a helmet to spare. Okay, so now, if you remember, those very first 2 kind of cave things that we did, we're finally going to finish that quest. So, while it's not the first quest that we did, it's kind of the first quest that we jumped into, that and tracking the animal. So the end of it is in this cave right back here. And it's right here at the entrance. So that's my path. We just got to fight these guys, and Onderon will be done. So again, if you run a different path or have any other tips on this or any of the daily areas that we ran, please share. Share in the comments below. Unless your tips are like, don't do the heroic 4 by yourself. That was stupid. I'll accept that as well. But so that is it. That represents the last of the ones I had planned to do today. So let's take a look at our list. We started off, the very first one that we ran was CZ198. Then we did Ziost and we did Rishi. Each of those are kind of in, I think, the first tier of, they take about 15 minutes to get done. You can get through those relatively quickly. Then we moved on from there. From there, we went ahead and went to Oricon. Oricon is probably closer to a 20 to 30 minute run. Black Hole and Section X we ran. And again, I'd have to look again, but those are probably half-hour commitments. So those are kind of in that second tier. Oricon, Black Hole, Section X as far as how long they take. Then we get into Yavin 4, Ossus, and Onderon. These are definitely ones that take longer, but you're doing more missions. So you're getting more, like conquest and different things like that. That being said, at one time when I was grinding at renown ranks, CZ, Rishi, and Ziost are still per minute faster than the longer planets, although not as much as you would think. So that is my run through the daily areas. Now, there are other daily things that you can do. You can do the heroics on the different planets. We might do that next week. Not sure. But these are the daily areas that kind of give you the big rewards. But these also have weeklies linked to them. So if it's something you're interested in, also drop that down in the comments below and be happy to set up something like that. With that being said, we'll do one last plug. We stream every Saturday from 10 to 2, in this case 3, on Star Wars The Old Republic. I play on the Satil Shan server, so if you do play on this server, feel free to let me know. Be happy to say hi, things like that. We also play for Extra Life. Extra Life is a charitable organization that raises money for the Children's Miracle Network of hospitals. Those help heal sick kids, their families, and stuff like that, for people who need medical attention. So the old quote is, change kids' health and make miracles happen. If you follow me on Twitter, you'll see me pop that one up there a lot. Any and all donations go directly to the Children's Miracle Network. It doesn't go through me. It goes through the Extra Life service. So if you follow the link in the chat or the link in the description below, it'll take you to my Extra Life page. Extra-life.org is the actual website. If you search for Deconstruction Gaming on that, you can find me that way as well. So if you don't have the link, just go extra-life.org and you will be able to search for Deconstruction Gaming. If you find that page, there's a big giant green button at the top that says donate. Then if you click that, it'll give you all the options to donate. You can do a one-time donation. You can pick pre-defined amounts. You can pick whatever amount you would want. You can do monthly donations and things like that. I know not everybody is able to donate, and that's fine. There are lots of ways to support both the cause and the channel. If you want to support the channel, subscriptions and likes and all of those kind of things that YouTubers beg for are definitely out there. I definitely appreciate that. But also sharing my link, whether it's the Extra Life link or the link to my channel, and getting more people just as part of the cause. So, you know, if you can't donate, but you share the link and 3 people from that donate, that's just as good. As always, if you have any questions, you want to reach out to me, hit me up on social media. Mostly Twitter. That's probably the one I pay the most attention to, but Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. I've got Deconstruction Gaming accounts on all of those. Drop me a personal message. Drop me any kind of message, whether it's content you want to see, questions you have. Love to talk about that kind of stuff. Anything gaming related and or SWTOR related, definitely things I like to talk about. So with that being said, I think we're going to call it a day. Looking to do some PC Building Simulator 2 beta play here, hopefully in the next couple of days. So keep an eye out for that. But beyond that, we're going to end like we always end. Go watch, play, or create something great. Thanks for watching, guys. See ya.